This is Greer, Garson.
And Basil Rathbone.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Presenting the story, Goodbye, Mr. Chips. And here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Your neighborhood Good Gulf dealer and the Gulf Oil Companies welcome you again to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Tonight, it pleases me more than I can tell you to present here one of the most beautiful stories of all time, James Hilton's Goodbye, Mr. Chips, starring Basil Rathbone and that beloved Mrs. Chips, Greer Garson.
Speaking for myself, Roger, it pleases me more than I can tell you to be here, and I am delighted that Basil Rathbone is to play Mr. Chips. I think when our story is finished tonight, you will all agree that he has given one of the finest radio performances of this or any year.
Thank you, Greer. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, our curtain will rise on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater presentation of Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Meanwhile, Bud Easton wants to remind you of something. All right, Bud?
Folks, you've probably been preparing for this fall weather in lots of ways. For instance, getting out your overcoats and sweaters and such things. Well, don't forget to prepare your automobiles, too. Now's the time to change that dirty, worn-out summer oil for a crankcase full of the right seasonal grade of Gulf Lube motor oil. Gulf Lube is the finest motor oil Gulf has ever sold at a regular price. It's refined by the exclusive Multisol process. It resists the formation of sludge, helps prevent hard carbon deposits, and gives you surprisingly long mileage. And, folks, when you change to Gulf Lube motor oil, here's something else it will pay you to do at the same time. Protect the wearing points in the chassis and running gear of your car with Gulflex registered lubrication, the newest and most scientific lubrication in the market today. Yes, let the Gulf man protect your car in these two ways, with Gulflex registered lubrication and Gulf Lube motor oil.
Right you are, Bud. And now Oscar Bradley's music opens our story tonight, and you'll hear Basil Rathbone and Greer Garson in Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Deep in the heart of that green island that is forever England stands Brookfield School, founded 1492. Old walls, old buildings, old oaks, all sleeping in the peace of a September afternoon. And sleeping, too, in the bedroom of a house on a historic quadrangle is an old man. There's nothing remarkable about him. He owns no shining medals for valor. He's accumulated no great wealth. He's accomplished no heroic deed that will be recorded in the books of history, and yet, throughout the length and breadth of England, people speak his name.
Bad news, Ashley. But I thought you'd want to know.
I'll go to Brookfield by the first train. Cancel all my appointments and say I've gone to see Chips.
Prime Minister cannot be disturbed, Sir William.
Oh, yes, he can. You tell him Chips of Brookfield is dying. He'll listen.
Yes, that's what everyone calls him, Old Chips. Or, more formally, Mr. Chipping, beloved Master Emeritus of Brookfield School. The white head turns on the pillow, and Chips smiles in his sleep. Of what is he dreaming? Of textbooks and chapel bells, of roll calls and scuffling feet, of names half forgotten, of events long ago. Perhaps dreaming of the desolate figure of an unpopular middle-aged teacher as he stands in the schoolyard on the closing day of a school term. Dream on, Mr.
Lincoln, Trevor, Turner, Webb,
Wentworth.
Wild.
Very well. Class is dismissed. Incidentally, I want to wish you all
Hey,
the...
isn't it wonderful? No more Latin, no more Greek. I'm going to burn all my books and swim till I go thin.
Oh, well.
Now, Chipping, wait.
What? Oh, hello, Max.
Chipping, look. Just see what I have here.
A cake. Where did you get it?
A present to the professor from my German class. It's a beauty, no?
Yes, indeed, Max.
What did you get from your class?
I? Oh, nothing.
Oh. Well, I'm glad the summer's here. I will miss the young devils, though. Where do you go for your holiday?
Oh, Harrogate as usual.
Harrogate?
Yes, I've been going there for 19 summers. Ever since I came here to teach at Brookfield. It's quiet and it's convenient and economical.
But Harrogate is a resort for romantic old ladies.
Oh, now really, Max.
Look here, why don't you come with me, huh?
With you?
Yeah, I'm taking a walking trip through the Alps, over the Tyrol into my country, Austria.
Oh, no. It's very kind of you, Max, but really it's quite out of the question, quite impossible.
Oh, Mr. Chipping.
Yes, Jenks?
The headmaster's compliments, and he'd like to see you in his study right away.
Oh, thank you, Jenks.
I hope it's good news, sir.
Thank you. Excuse me, will you, Max? This may be something very important to me.
I can guess what it is. You are going to be promoted to housemaster for next term.
I think so. I hope so.
Of course you are. Congratulations. And now you must take this trip with me to the Tyrol to
Oh,
celebrate.
no. As a housemaster, that wouldn't be quite, well, it wouldn't be quite dignified. And I must think of that, because, well, I'd better not keep Chatterus waiting.
Now, don't be nervous. Look him straight in the eye.
Oh, I shall indeed. Goodbye, Max.
Auf Wiedersehen.
A housemaster. Think of that. A housemaster at Brookfield.
I want you to understand, Mr. Chipping, this is immensely difficult for me. But frankly, the Board of School Governors feels that any man in a housemaster post should be popular with the boys. That's why, in spite of the fact that you were in line for the position, we decided on Farrington.
Yes, I see. This is a very great disappointment. Mr. Chatterus, I seem to have been a failure here, and I don't quite know why.
Now, Mr. Chipping...
When I came to Brookfield, I'd never taught before. It was the big chance of my life. Teaching was my great ambition. I was fiercely determined to succeed. But somehow, from the very first day, I missed the trick of getting the boys or anyone else to like me. Instead of a friend, a teacher, I've become, well, just a disciplinarian.
The board has no complaint to make about your work, Mr. Chipping. We would like you to remain in your present post, if that is agreeable.
Yes, of course. It has to be agreeable, doesn't it? Do you know of another school that would accept a teacher who has got nowhere in 19 years? Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Chatterus, and good day.
Have a nice holiday, Mr. Chipping. You're going to Harrogate as usual, I suppose.
Harrogate? You do know all about me, don't you, Mr. Chatterus? Ever since the day I came here, you've known what I thought, what I felt, and how I'd turn out.
Now, Mr. Chipping...
But this time you're wrong. I'm not going to Harrogate. I'm going abroad on a walking tour. Yes, Mr. Chatterus, I feel I need a change. And by this time next week, who knows, I may be climbing the Alps. Confound it. I must have taken the wrong turn back there where the trails come together. A man my age has no business climbing the Alps all alone. Should have stayed back at the inn with Max. Oh, dear, now I am in a hole. Fog as thick as pea soup. Getting dark and... Oh, it's infernally cold. Oh, dear. The safest thing to do is to stay here and not move until Max or someone comes after me. Hello? What an extraordinary echo. Hello! But that's very strange. Well, in all my experience, good heavens, it's not an echo. It's a woman. Hello! Are you in danger? Stay right where you are. Don't be frightened. I'm coming. Hello! Hello! She doesn't answer. She must have fallen. Hello! Hello!
Hello.
What? Oh, hello. Are you all right?
Oh, yes, quite thanks. This fog's rather a nuisance, isn't it? You shouldn't be moving about, you know. It's very foolish of you.
Foolish? I heard you call, and I thought you were in some difficulty.
What, you mean you climbed up here in this fog to rescue me?
Yes, indeed.
I never heard of such stupidity. Well, I'm probably a much better climber than you are.
Then what were you screaming about?
I wasn't screaming. I just let out a shout at random, trying the echo, you know. Oh, really, it was idiotic of you to take such a risk. And rather wonderful.
Oh, not at all.
Well, anyhow, I'm awfully glad you came. It was going to be very lonely. Won't you sit down? This rock is quite comfortable, as rocks go.
Oh, yes. My name is Chipping.
Mine's Ellis. Katherine Ellis. Have a sandwich?
Oh, have you...
oh, yes, loads of them. Here.
Well, thank you. I am hungry.
That one's ham.
Yes. Pardon. It's very good, too.
I'm sorry I wasn't in any danger.
It was rather inconsiderate of you. What are you doing alone on a mountain?
My friend didn't feel like climbing, so I left her down at the inn. We're bicycling.
Bicycling?
Yes. Do have another sandwich.
Thank you. Good heavens, I didn't know that ladies rode those awful things.
I'm afraid they do, Mr. Chipping.
With one leg, I beg your pardon, I mean, one limb on either side of a saddle.
Now, how could anyone ride a bicycle side saddle?
But what happens to your dress?
Oh, they breed female bicycles now. Didn't you know?
Really? Ladies riding bicycles. It's quite daring, isn't it?
No, not at all.
Well, being a schoolmaster, I may be a bit old-fashioned. You see, I've never been what they called a ladies' man.
Afraid of them?
Terrified.
Oh, not of me, I hope.
No. No, it's very strange, but I'm not. Perhaps it's the altitude. Tell me, do you experience a sort of exhilaration?
Definitely.
As though we owned the mountain?
Every stone of it.
We're pretty superior persons.
We're gods.
Yes, it must be the altitude. Yes, we'd better start getting off this mountain at once.
What, in all this fog?
Well, we've got to get back to the inn. It'll soon be night.
Well, what are you saying? Why, we both missed the park and be killed. Oh, I'm staying here.
But it's damp. It's cold.
Yes, isn't it? I'm freezing.
Oh, dear me, how rude of me. Here, do take my coat.
What, and leave you unprotected? Of course not.
Oh, I'm warm enough. Really, I am.
No, I have a much better idea. It's a big coat, and we'll share it.
Oh,
like this.
Say now, really.
There, see? Oh, there's nothing wrong with this, is there? Cozy, isn't it?
But good heavens, Miss Ellis, suppose someone were to see you. What would they think? What could they think?
Now, who's going to see us away up here on a mountain? May as well face it, Mr. Chipping. We're here for the night.
Oh, I'm sure someone will discover us before morning. They've got to rescue us before morning.
And what if they don't, Mr. Chipping?
Well, in that case, Miss Ellis, as you said, I suppose we'll just have to face it.
Balcony, Katherine?
I'm looking up at my mountain, Flora, in the moonlight.
I should think after last night you'd have seen enough of it.
It's going to be rather a thrilling memory when our vacation is over.
It is a pity your knight Aaron was such an old stick in the mud.
He's not old, Flora, and I think he's quite charming.
Why, Katherine.
Oh, that doesn't mean I'm in love with him, of course.
Well, that's fortunate, because his friend just told me they were leaving for Vienna tomorrow.
Oh, he did?
I wonder why your Mr. Chipping didn't look in to say goodbye.
Oh, he's terribly shy. I'm always so sorry for shy people. Aren't you? Must be so lonely sometimes. Flora?
Yes?
How far is it to Vienna by bicycle? Isn't it the most amazing coincidence, our meeting in Vienna, Mr. Chipping? You know, you were the very last person on earth I expected to see.
Believe me, it's the most wonderful thing that ever happened to me, Miss Ellis. Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Some wine, please. Oh, no. No, bring a champagne.
Yes, sir. Perhaps Paul Roger, 1865.
Oh, dear me, no. Nothing as old as that. We want something fresh. The very best.
Fresh. Yeah.
I feel like a little girl at her first party.
So do I. Well, that isn't... I mean, of course, I feel like a small boy.
Perhaps we feel young because this room is so old. Did you know that the Treaty of the Five Kingdoms was drawn up here nearly 100 years ago?
I shall always think of it as the place where I dined with you.
Thank you.
And I shall never forget they were playing the Blue Danube Waltz.
Wouldn't you like to remember that you danced to it?
Dance? I?
Of course.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly.
Why not?
Well, I haven't danced for years.
Then it's high time you started again.
Oh, no, not before all those people.
Well, of course, if you really don't want to.
Oh, it's not that. It's, I do want to.
It would have been fun to remember.
Yes, it would. But, Miss Ellis.
Yes, Mr. Chipping.
May I have the pleasure of this dance?
Oh, Chips, you darling. You see, you haven't forgotten. Why, you've done beautifully.
Thank you.
Now, reverse.
Reverse? Oh, I don't believe I could.
That's it. You see how easily it's done?
Yes, by heavens, I did make it, didn't I?
I haven't had such fun in years.
Neither have I.
It's a pity it has to end so soon.
So soon?
Yes. I have to start for home tomorrow.
Oh, but look here, you can't, you...
Reverse.
Hey, what? Oh, yes.
I shall have so much to remember when I get home.
So shall I.
Marvelous memories.
Miss Ellis, Kathy, there's something I'd like to ask you.
Yes, Mr. Chipping.
Of course, it's very presumptuous of me. I couldn't possibly expect a favorable answer.
Why, what is it?
Well, it's this. I haven't much to offer, but would you consider...
Yes, Mr. Chipping.
Could you... That is, would you consider trying that dance step again? Reverse, Miss Kathy.
Alle Einsteigen, Irrweg, Ramhaus, der Zug des Hausburgen, Punkten am Rechte.
The train's about ready to start, Kathy. What time do you get to London? Oh, dear me, yes, of course, I asked that before, didn't I?
Yes. Oh, isn't saying goodbye awful?
Yes, isn't it?
I mean, it's so...
Yes, that's exactly what it is. There, the train's starting to move. Jump on, Kathy.
Oh, dear, yes. Goodbye, Mr. Chip. And when you're remembering, please remember me with this. Goodbye.
Miss Ellis! Kathy, wait! Kathy, do you hear me?
Yes, but don't fall under the train.
You just kissed me, you know.
I know, what is dreadful.
But look here, you'll have to marry me now.
Oh, do you want to?
Oh, frightfully, do you?
Dreadfully. Goodbye, Chip, darling. Goodbye.
Kathy, wait. I'll meet you in London. Wait for me.
I say, this is a dirty trick on your part, Max, getting us here to meet the newlywed.
Yes, any girl who'd marry Chipping must be a fright.
Chipping's bad enough, but now we'll have to put up with a Mrs. Chipping, too.
Come up and stay here. Put that tea away, Max.
Yes, let's shorten the ordeal as much as possible.
And, Max, for heaven's sake, don't ask them to sit and stay.
Come in, Chipping. Oh, hello, everyone. Hello. You can only stay a moment, Max. Come in, Kathy.
Thank you.
These are my colleagues, my dear.
How do you do? Oh, it's so nice to meet you all. And just a little terrifying. Chip told me how distinguished you all are.
Chip? Oh, Kathy, really. Just a nickname she's given me, fellows.
I would, Chips. Why didn't we think of that? Please sit down, Mrs.
Yes,
Chipping.
please, have a chair, Mr.
Sit here, Chips, old man. It's good to see you again.
Oh, Max, for heaven's sake, where are your manners? Aren't you going to give Chipping some tea?
Thank you, Mrs. Chipping.
It was a jolly party, Mrs. Chipping.
The scoundrels were wonderful. Goodbye, Mr. Chip. Mr. Chipping.
Goodbye, boys. I haven't enjoyed a party so much for ages.
Goodbye, boys. Hurry now to assembly or you'll be late.
Bye.
What a nice lot of boys they are.
Yes. Your idea of giving a party for them was a good one. But, my dear, what authority will I have in my classes after such an affair?
10 times more, Chip. Because they'll know you as a friend.
Know me as a friend? Oh, Kathy, how I wish they would.
They will. You wait and see, Chip.
Kathy, where are you? Oh, the most glorious news. Wilkinson is leaving, and I've been advanced to housemaster. Well, Mrs. Chipping, prepare yourself. Beginning next term, my salary goes up £20. So where shall we spend this summer?
wonderful news, Chips.
Thanks, old man. I wanted you to be the first to know.
Of course, I hope it will be a boy.
So do we. Both Kathy and I would like him to go to Brookfield, you know.
Oh, Chips.
Kathy, darling.
I'm so sorry. So sorry the way things turned out.
That doesn't matter, darling.
The doctor said that it would have been a boy.
You're all I care about.
Chips.
You mustn't talk.
I'm going away. Aren't I?
No, of course not, Kathy. I couldn't live without you.
Oh, Chips, I've been so happy. No one's ever been so happy. Ever.
Darling, dearest.
Will you make me a promise?
Yes. Yes, Kathy.
You'll carry on. Even if I'm not here. Won't you?
Kathy,
The boys, Chips. The boys of Brookfield. They're the only children you ever had.
I can't do it. I can't do it, Kathy.
Please. Promise.
All right. I promise.
Say it. No matter what happens, I shall carry on at Brookfield for always.
No matter what happens, I shall carry on at Brookfield for always.
Now, tell me. I want to see if you remember how we met, what we did, and how we fell in love.
Well, once upon a time, there was a very lonely teacher, and he went to Switzerland. There he met a beautiful girl on a mountain top. In Vienna they danced all night and fell in love. And Kathy, do you hear me? Kathy! Oh, Kathy! Kathy! Class will please come to order.
Did you hear? Mrs. Chips is dead.
Turn to page 29.
Had us to tea last week.
The first paragraph at the top of the page.
I don't know what Chips will do without her.
Collie, will you begin the translation?
Yes, sir. In every age, the barbarians have oppressed.
Go on, Collie.
Yes, sir. Have oppressed. Oh, I can't.
Collie, please. I know how you feel, but we must go on. That's what she wanted. For all of us to carry on at Brookfield for always. Now come, Collie. Read with me. In every age, the barbarians have oppressed the peaceful nations
all over the world who neglect
And Chips went on through the years as he had promised. He saw 3 generations come and go. He became headmaster of Brookfield and was the most honored, most loved man the great school had ever known. Then, in his 85th year, he retired. And now, mourned by all of England, old Chips is dying. A doctor and the present headmaster of Brookfield are in his room. Chip's eyes open slowly as their voices come to his ears.
A remarkable character, Marsham.
A great character, Doctor. I knew him and I knew his wife.
She died many years ago, I understand.
Yes,
That's her picture there on the table by his bed.
Ah, lovely head.
Pity he never had any children.
What was that you said about me?
Nothing, Chips. We were just talking and waiting for you to come out of that beauty sleep of yours.
Oh, no. No, I heard you. You said it was a pity I had no children. But I have. You know, I have thousands of them. And all boys.
Chips. Chips. He doesn't seem to hear you. Is it the end of the...
I'm afraid so.
Wonderful. No more Greek. Curry. I'm going to burn all my books and swim till I grow thin.
I've kept my promise, Kathy. I've carried on, my dear. I've carried on, Kathy. Oh, it's been such a long time without you, Kathy. Such a long, long time. The job's finished, Kathy. It's done.
Goodbye, Mr. Chips. 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 Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
Hello, Mr. Chips.
So our Gulf curtain falls on the conclusion of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, which was written for radio by Charles Tazwell and Hector Chevenix. Greer, Garson, and Basil Rathbone will be with us again as soon as we give them a few seconds to sort of catch their breath. And during those few seconds, we've something of interest to everyone who's ever sat behind the wheel of an automobile.
You know, friends, a doctor can tell a lot about a patient's condition just by having him take a little exercise, then getting out a stethoscope and listening. Well, in much the same way, you can tell a lot about your car just by accelerating suddenly or driving up a steep hill and listening to the engine. For if you hear a knocking, pinging sound, that's a sign your car is wasting gas and wasting power. And it may also mean some expensive repair bills. So better fill up with Gulf No-Knox gasoline. This extra-value gasoline has been raised to an extremely high anti-knock rating. It's especially designed to stop that harmful hammering and pounding in your motor. As a result, Gulf No-Knox gives you a quieter, smoother-running motor at maximum mileage. So the very next time you need gasoline, get a gasoline designed to make your car run quieter and run better. Gulf No-Knox gasoline.
Basil, I want to tell you that your performance was all that Greer said it was going to be.
Thank you.
And as for you, Greer, your interpretation of Mrs. Chips, both on the screen and on our program tonight, will always constitute one of the really fine performances of our time.
Thank you, Roger. That's sweet of you.
What's your dramatic treat for next week, Roger?
We're going to do that delightful comedy melodrama hit of stage and screen, The Amazing Dr. Clitterhouse.
Oh, that's wonderful. I hope you'll have Eddie Robinson starring in it.
You can bet on that, Greer. We'll not only have Edward G. Robinson playing Dr. Clitterhouse, the scientist who became a crook, but in addition, we'll also have Humphrey Bogart and Marcia Hunt. So be with us next week, won't you, friends? Until then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and saying, good night, everyone.
Now, a special announcement. If you would like to have a beautiful full-color portrait ready for framing of Loretta Young, be sure to get the new issue of Photoplay Movie Mirror magazine, now available at all newsstands. Bud Easton speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Jack Benny is the guest of Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman on the Halls of Ivy. Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. For the past few days, Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy College, has been almost completely unaware of the undercover campus activities of his wife, Victoria, former star of the English stage. In fact, he betrays his unawareness by asking at the breakfast table,
Vicky, my darling, I've been so busy lately, I've hardly seen you. What have you been doing that's interesting?
Oh, the usual things, Toddy. I chairman the book club Monday, met with the faculty women Wednesday, gave the student mothers group a short lecture on diaper folding on Thursday, met with
Excuse me, but where did you learn diaper folding?
In the theatre in England.
Really? Of course, I know naturally that no course in dramatics is complete without the eternal triangle, but my mental picture of that geometric figure seems to have been badly painted. To me, you were always the glamorous beauty, waited on hand and foot by adoring lackeys, champagne at elbow, and sobbing violins behind the potted palm.
Well, I've seen my share of potted lackeys in my day, but this is before I rated a star on my dressing room door, when I was the Cromwell kid, the one with the rather good legs in the second row.
What else have you been doing?
Well, for one thing, I've signed Jack Benny for the annual charity benefit show.
That's nice. What else?
What do you mean, what else? Didn't you hear what I just said?
Of course I heard you, my sweet. You signed somebody for the annual Ivy benefit show.
It's not just somebody, Toddy. Jack Benny.
Oh, how did you manage to persuade this John Benny to help out?
Not John, Toddy. It's Jack.
Oh. You know, the instant intimacy established between two members of the theatrical world is a beautiful thing. 3 minutes after meeting for the first time, you find them locked in a fervent embrace, calling each other darling, swearing never to part again. And as they leave each other, murmuring, he looks a lot thinner in pictures. I wonder if he wears a girdle.
You know so much about it, dear. You must know who Jack Benny is.
Oh, the name's familiar to me, of course. Jack Benny, yes, he's in radio, isn't he?
Mr. Benny is radio.
Rather an all-encompassing statement, my dear, it seems to me. How about Carlton Born and Meet the Funny People?
That's two shows, darling. People are funny and Meet the People. Toddy, you don't seem to realize what a wonderful thing it's going to be to have Jack Benny here, right here on the campus. The greatest drawing card we've ever had.
Someone at the door, Vicky.
Well, all right, darling, I'll get it. You take a breath.
Bells, doorbells, telephone bells, classroom bells.
I'd like you to meet Mr. Morton, Milton Morton, Mr. Benny's advance man.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Mr. Morton?
Hiya, Dr. Hall. Thought as long as I was fixing up this guest shot for Jack, I might as well meet the big wheel. Probably won't have to bother you with details. I think I got everything nailed down okay.
Nailed down?
You know, he just means he's got everything under control, dear. The publicity, billboards, concessions, parking facilities, you know.
Incidentally, is there a hunk of high brass around here named Willman or Woolman or something? A Clarence Woolman?
Clarence Wellman?
Oh, yeah, that's him, Clarence Wellman. What goes with him anyway?
Oh, hypertension. And an interesting assortment of anxiety neuroses to give you a clinical answer, Mr. Morton. Why do you ask?
Well, he's been chasing me around all day yesterday and this morning on the telephone. He's up on his big fat ear about something, and, well, I've been ducking him till I could finish my job. Who did you say he was?
Mr. Wellman is the chairman of the Board of Governors of Ivy College.
Oh, fine. Got to be such a pest yesterday that I had been leaving messages all around town telling him to go fry a pig. What is this typhoid Mary's particular grief? Does he hate actors?
No. To be perfectly fair to Mr. Wellman, he has nothing but the best interests of this college at heart.
Yeah, then why
However, his methods are somewhat lacking in grace. Apparently, he has a heart of gold and an abiding fear that someone will report his possession of it to the government. How about a little coffee, Mr. Morton?
No, thanks. I had my breakfast earlier. 2 Boilermakers and a pound of Benzedrine. No, I just wanted to check in, Doctor, and tell you how we appreciate Mrs. Hall.
Oh, nonsense.
I don't think it's nonsense, Victoria. Merely to know you is to appreciate you. Well, thank you for coming by, Mr. Morton, and I'm sure Mr. Bunny's appearance will be most successful.
It's Benny, dear, not funny.
Oh, well, wasn't there a John Bunny? Stout chap. Played opposite a woman named Flora Finch, I believe. Well, when I was a boy...
No, that was another fella, Doctor. No, this is Jack Benny. Rhymes with Penny if he can arrange it. And believe me, he can. Inside joke, I tell you. Mrs. Hall, thanks for your help, and take my word for it, you were a help. Now, never underrate her, Doc. This kid's really hep. Well, it's nice to have met you both.
Goodbye.
Well, it's nice to know I am married to a charming, beautiful woman who is also a kid that is hep. I suppose, from Mr. Morton's tone of voice, that this is the show business equivalent of the Nobel Prize.
Well, yes, it was intended to be complimentary, at least. Yeah, I'm going over to the auditorium, Toddy.
Wait a minute, darling. I'll go to the door.
Dr. Hall!
Oh, please come in. Mr. Wellman.
I did not come over here to bandy words, Dr. Hall. I came because of the situation which this campus, which affects seriously the dignity and the... what I mean is, when Ivy College must stoop to acquire the services of a radio buffoon... bolster some charity affair, it's a pretty how do you do, Mrs. Hall.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Wellman?
I assume you are speaking of the guest appearance here of Mr. Jack Benny.
I certainly am. It's bad enough that we should seek the assistance of this performer, and worse, that the wife of our president should not only have instigated this affair...
Mr. Wellman.
What is it?
Specifically, what is your complaint?
Do you object to Mr. Benny as a performer, Mr. Wellman?
Definitely not, Mrs. Hall. As radio comedians go, he is probably very good. In fact, he is good. I have heard him several times myself. He has even made me laugh. Out loud.
No.
Yes. What?
Nothing.
Oh. Do you realize what this man and his accomplices have done, Dr. Hall?
No, but anyone who can make you laugh out loud, Mr. Wellman, must have powers denied to ordinary mortals. But what has this genius done now?
It is disgraceful. As you must know, there are certain coincidental sources of revenue which accompany many public and semi-public functions here at Ivy. Extra chair rentals, parking concessions, refreshments, programs. These are things which have traditionally been the rights and prerogatives of local people.
That's exactly what...
Do you know who has by some sort of conniving made arrangements to handle all these concessions himself?
You don't mean...
Jack Benny! He signed up every possible means of revenue. He will sell the programs. He will rent the extra chairs. He will sell the hot dogs. The beer and the popcorn. He will park the cars, and for 29 cents, he will wash the car.
Have you spoken to Mr. Morton about it?
I can't catch up with the man. I've telephoned him all day yesterday and all morning this morning, and when I finally did get word from him, I was told to go fry a pig.
Mr. Wellman, was there anything illegal or unethical in the manner in which these concessions were acquired by Mr. Benny?
Well, no, but it has always been... traditionally, they have always... local businessmen have always assumed... they have always taken it for granted that...
What group of local businessmen, Mr. Wellman?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say it was a group, but the fact remains that...
You mean that one local man has always had these concessions?
Yes, but...
Anyone we know, Mr. Wellman?
Yes, that is...
Would the money from these concessions have been turned over to the charity, Mr. Wellman?
The group concerned has always given very generously.
Well, I will not pursue the question. I believe in the principle of give and let give. Good night, Mr. Wellman.
Get it. Dr. Hall's residence. Oh, yes, Mr. Morton. Indeed you may. We'll be delighted. Yes. Goodbye. Jack Benny is on his way over.
He is? Well, now, do I need any particular coaching or information to talk to a radio comedian?
Darling, you don't need any coaching to talk to anybody.
Oh, I'm not too sure, my sweet. In any business or profession, there are certain subjects to be avoided.
Yeah, well, don't worry about Mr. Benny. There's nothing... Oh, yes. Yes, there is one thing.
What's that?
Well, he made one rather unfortunate motion picture. Well, we better not refer to it.
Oh, no. No, of course we hadn't. Cinematic skeleton in the professional closet. What picture was it?
Oh, dear, I can't remember the name of it. It was, Someone Blew Something at Midnight.
Well, it would be safest, I suppose, not to talk about motion pictures at all. Fortunately, I am not particularly loquacious on the subject. Billy Dove, I think, was my last really emotional...
Oh, dear. You let him in, Toddy. I'll run upstairs and get my fix-it. Imagine me being so nervous.
Well, I guess it's up to me. Can't think of a single joke. Oh, well. One shouldn't tell jokes to a comedian anyway. He couldn't afford to admit he hasn't heard it before.
Oh, Dr. Hall, I'm Jack Benny.
Ah, yes, Mr. Benny, we were expecting you. Please come in.
Thank you.
May I take your hat? And your violin case?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor.
I'll put your hat here on the table. And the violin case in this corner. A valuable instrument, is it?
Strad.
Really? A Stradivarius?
Well, no, just a Strad. A friend of mine makes them, Herman Stratney. That is, he used to make them before his accident.
Accident? Oh, nothing serious?
No, just a few bruises on the throat. He tried to sell one to Heifetz. You've heard of them, Jackie's, Heifetz. Is Mrs. Hall here, Doctor?
Oh, yes, she'll be down in just a minute. Sit down, won't you? Can I get you something to drink?
Why, yes. If you have some, I'd like a glass of beer.
Fine. I'll get it for you.
Gee, the Halls have a nice home here. Hey, this must be his diploma on the wall. Let's see what it says. Semperis Universitum. Know all ye men that William Todd Hunter Hall has this day been made a Bachelor of Arts. Bachelor? Then what is she? Oh, I guess he got that diploma while he was single. Yeah, it reminds me of the one I have hanging on my back porch. Sic tempus, a victim, haec et valorem. Not responsible for laundry left over 30 days. See, look at all the books the professor has here. Look at the titles. Origin of Species by Charles Darwin. Einstein's Field of Nuclear Fission. The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Gibbon. The G-String Murder Mystery by 50-year-old Lee. See, the professor sure has good taste in books. I ought to know. I read them all except the G-String Murder Mystery. Be happy, go lucky.
We'll be down in just a minute.
Oh, fine. Nice place you have here, Doctor.
Yes, thank you. It's very comfortable, but I imagine it looks rather insignificant compared to Radio City.
Oh, I don't live in Radio City. Oh. No, see, I live in California.
Oh, do you really? Well, I've many friends out there. Dr. Lyon and I carried on one chess game for 18 months over the long-distance phone.
You did? Long distance?
Oh, yes, indeed. It's quite a usual custom among college professors.
18 months?
Of course, in this case, it was exceptional. We were very evenly matched.
Oh. Is Dr. Lyon a banker?
Oh, no. He's president of Pomona College.
Oh. 18 months. Long distance. Let's see, 3 times 4 is 12. 18, which is 6. Well, I'm very glad to meet you, Dr. Hall.
Thank you. You live in Hollywood, Mr. Benny?
Beverly Hills. See, I live there because it's very expensive.
Well, I must say that seems an odd reason.
Oh, well, prestige, you know, and you can get far better prices.
Prices? For what?
Oh, laundry, car wash, everything. You know.
That's very funny, Mr. Benny. Very funny indeed. I must remember that you are a comedian.
Yes. Yes, you must.
Ah, darling, this is my wife, Mr. Benny, Victoria, Mr. Jack Benny.
How do you do, Mrs. Hall?
I'm delighted to meet you, Mr. Benny, and so grateful. I can't tell you how kind you were to come here to Ivy.
Oh, it's nothing.
Oh, but it is.
Nothing?
No, it's a great deal. I still read my variety, and I know what prices are these days. I just read last week that Mr. Benny's salary at the Palladium in London...
Please, Mrs. Hall. You know how theatrical trade papers exaggerate, and when you figure the rate of its change, it was nothing at all. I came back with nothing, really.
Nothing? Nothing?
Why, it wouldn't even be a telephone bill for Dr. Hall. 18 months.
Vicky, we were talking about California. Mr. Benny lives in Beverly Hills.
Yes. I'm right next door to Ronald Colman.
The who?
Ronald Colman, the movie actor.
Oh, Toddy, you've heard of him.
Oh, yes, I remember. Yes, saw him in, let me see, A Tale of Two Cities. Overplayed it a bit, I thought.
Yes, I thought so.
Well, I just love him.
Oh, we're very close friends. You see, neighbors can be so close, don't you think?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, yes, one can learn and profit much from one's neighbor.
Yes. Can't one? Yes, indeed. Ronnie and Benita. That's Mr. Coleman's wife. Such nice people. See, we exchange Christmas cards every year.
Do you? I dearly love Christmas cards.
You do? Really?
Yes.
Well, they're sort of a hobby with me. I almost never go away without them. I think that somewhere, let me think. Oh, yes, of course, how silly of me. I always carry samples in my violin case.
Excuse me, Mr. Benny.
Oh, you go right ahead, Doc. Now, in this collection, Mrs. Hall, I have some beautiful snow scenes, and there's some churches. And, oh, yes, I do remember putting in a few of ivy-covered colors.
Dr. Hall speaking. Oh, yes, Professor. Well, I'm busy just now, but may I call you back? When? About 12 o'clock tonight, right after the show? All right, Professor. Goodbye.
Who was it, dear?
Professor Hornblower, darling, but he's going out and won't be back until quite late. I must talk to him and his wife about redecorating the Great Hall. Now, don't forget to remind me.
To do what?
To call them.
Call who?
The Hornblowers at midnight.
Here's your bill, Doctor.
Bill, are you being paid in advance, Mr. Benny?
Well, so many people change their minds about Christmas cards.
Christmas cards?
Well, yes, dear. Mr. Benny just happened to have some that I absolutely loved, so
Of course, darling. I'm delighted. Particularly with the sacrifice Mr. Benny is making to be here. I'm glad you bought a few.
Well, thank you. Here's the bill.
Oh, let's see. Jack Benny's Tower of Stage, Screen, Radio, and Television. Christmas cards, $12 a hundred. 200 cards, $24. 200, Vicky. I'm glad I didn't talk on the phone any longer. All right, here is $25, Mr. Benny.
Well, thank you. Now, let's see. Where did I put my violin case? Oh, yeah. Here's $3 change. The extra $2 for Mrs. Hall's theatrical discount.
Thank you. Thank you. Yours was not a misspent youth, Vicky.
Well, excuse me. I'll just see who that is.
This is the life of a college president, Mr. Benny. At the beck and call of bells. Never a moment you can call your own.
It's Mr. Wellman, dear.
Dr. Hall, I heard that Mr. Benny was here.
Yes, he is, Mr. Wellman. Mr. Benny, this is Mr. Clarence Wellman, chairman of our board of governors.
Hello, Clarence.
Mr. Benny, your advance man, Mr. Morgan, has tied up every concession in this town. Tickets, the program, the parking, the car wash.
Popcorn.
Yes, popcorn. Concessions that are normally handled by our local group. This I consider most unethical. And in addition to this, he has submitted an expense account.
Well, this is quite proper. We expect to pay all Mr. Benny's expenses.
And another thing, Mr. Wellman, Mr. Benny has come a long distance to help our local charity, and without any fee. This is far more than we had any right to expect. If he has outwitted a local group in manipulating his extracurricular activities so that he emerges with a profit, well, I suggest that we appoint him the dean of our School of Economics. Now, is there anything else, Mr. Wellman?
No, Dr. Hall, there is not. And don't bother. I can find my way out.
Well, Mrs. Hall, I hope you're coming to the show tonight.
Oh, we wouldn't miss it for anything. And that student body of ours will be the greatest audience in the world. Well, I know. I've played to them.
Well, I better get out of here and get ready. Thanks very much, Dr. Hall. It's been a real pleasure meeting you both.
We'll see you right after the show, then.
Yes. You must let us take you to the airport.
No, I'm afraid Morton has a car waiting for me.
Oh.
Here's a little note I wrote you, Mrs. Hall. Don't open it until after the show.
Why, all right. Thank you.
And Dr. Hall, if you ever come to Beverly Hills, give me a ring, will you?
I would be delighted.
You know, somehow I feel just as if you were a neighbor of mine. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Wasn't the show absolutely wonderful?
It certainly was. And so was Jack Benny. I haven't laughed so much for years. But Dickie, doesn't he play that violin abominably?
Oh, he does.
By the way, have you read his note yet?
His note? I forgot it. I have it in my bag.
Well, read it, son.
Dear Mrs. Hall, I saw you in London a long time ago and give them tears. When I found out it was you that wanted me to come, I couldn't wait. Isn't that charming? You gave me tears in London, so I hope I've given you a few laughs at Ivy. Incidentally, though I hate to admit it, I think your husband is terrific. My best always, Jack Bennett. P.S. The enclosed check is the concession money I took from Mr. Wellman and his, quote, local group, unquote. Will you give it to the charity with my love and affection? Besides, I made an absolute killing in Christmas cards.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Ken Carpenter speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The School for Husbands by Moliere, which met with success on Broadway when freely adapted by Arthur Gaterman and Lawrence Langner. We invite you to be our guest again at a great play and witness their modern version of the famous French comedy which was produced for the first time June 24th, 1661. The Palais Royal Theater, where the afternoon performance was presented, was the gathering place of pleasure-loving Parisians who filled the pit, the stage, the boxes and balconies to pay tribute to their favorite actor and author, Moliere. The Palais Royal Theatre, where the School for Husbands was presented, was located in the right wing of the Palais Cardinal, which Cardinal Richelieu built for himself. The pit, as usual, always presented a scene of varied activity. Since the performances seldom started at the appointed hour of 2 o'clock, the gallants passed away the time by fencing and playing at cards and dice. Fashionable people from the court and diplomatic circles were in evidence at each play by Moliere, for the king openly showed his favor for the actor-author by presenting him with the theater. Prominent men paid high fees for seats upon the stage and in the 2 rows of stage boxes. Preceding the performance, young girls did a thriving business selling oranges, nuts, and drinks to the patrons. The orchestra was located at the back of the theater and played a lengthy program before each performance. One of the high spots of interest, just before the start of the play, was the lowering of the great chandeliers for the lighting of the candles. As they were pulled up into place, the audience applauded the colorful episode. At the premiere of The School for Husbands, Moliere played the leading part of Sganarelle and read the prologue to the play. He wore the conventional costume of knee breeches, a tight-fitting coat, with a short cape hanging from his shoulders. The moment he entered the stage with his cap in his hands, he was greeted by an ovation. His sad face, like a melancholy mask, brightened, and it became a fascinating study of various expressions as he bowed to his admirers in the theater and began to speak the prologue to The School for Husbands. Today, in our modern version, the prologue sets the scene and acts the leading part of Sganarelle. The play begins.
Kind friends, we fear you fear to see upon the stage a solemn play in this impatient age. Yet if solemnity is what you're afraid of, that isn't what this offering is made of. A pleasant street in Paris shall you see, with houses placed where houses ought to be. There, while you watch the subtle plot unfold, with guardians grim and lovers blithe and bold, your ear shall hear, we trust with satisfaction, some tuneful ballads suited to the action. For in this day, when first our play is done, to be precise in 1661, pure drama would place too great a strain upon the weary, overburdened brain. Since first our play will please the better sort, the 14th Louis and his brilliant court, I, Moliere, the author, having full control, in my own drama, take the leading role. Playwright and actor-manager as well, I shrewdly cast myself as Sganarelle, and give myself the best of scene and line. I wrote it so, since his part is mine. And I'm no prologue, just a humble foreword. Yet as I leave you, let me speak one more word, or take from me, and then I'm on my way, 4 words as forward. Please enjoy our play.
Oh, you, Wegard? How strange.
What's strange?
To see you working for a change.
Why, you're just out to get a breath of air. Where are you going?
That is my affair.
If it's a secret.
Nosy. I'm going to bring my Mistress Leonore her sewing. She's visiting her sister Isabel, poor thing, who lives in there with Sganarelle. But Sganarelle has gone to see his brother Alice. And while they talk with one another, the sisters too can have a quiet chat. And so can I. Is that enough of that?
Yes. When you've told me where you'll be tonight, I'd like to see you.
Possibly you might.
We're going, that is Mistress Leonore, her guardian Aris, and several more, to see the Dauphin's birthday fete.
Good. Slip away. I'll meet you at the gate.
All right, I'll try, but don't you come too late. Oh, when you kiss, please remember this. Marriage is your bill, sir, and you'll pay it. Oh, Scat, here comes the master and his mean old brother. You go in Valère's house. I'll go to the other.
Listen, Brother Scannerell, listen, pray.
Brother Aris, you talk too much. May I suggest that every man should live as he thinks best?
But others don't. Your narrow point of view is blamed by everyone.
By fools like you.
Oh, thanks for the compliment.
No thanks, Aris, whatever. I'll even let you tell me what these clever, self-righteous people say about me.
Well, if you don't mind...
But go on and tell.
Well, they all express the wish that you were humbler. Condemn the thing that makes you such a grumbler. That gives you ways that everybody loathes and makes you wear such queer, outlandish clothes.
That's it. I'm not in fashion. Tell these railers I dress to please myself and not their tailors. It is your esteemed opinion, I suppose, that I should deck myself like our young beaux, in silly hats that leave weak brains exposed, that I should strut along, my legs enclosed in ruffled breeches, that my man-sized feet squeezed into tiny shoes, and all complete with frills and furbelows, to take my airing, arrayed in what the well-dressed man is wearing.
If all the rest are fools, be slightly foolish, instead of singularly wise and mulish.
Well, spend your age in liking or in loathing, but I will stick to my own style of clothing. Good day. I'll be on my way.
Good day. I'll have no more to say.
Sister Isabel, there's no one in the square. Let's walk a little in a summer air.
Sister Leonore, I hardly dare to go.
Well, there's nothing wrong in walking with your sister. Come along, don't worry. If Scannerell scolds, I'll take the blame.
Locked up he keeps you. What a burning shame.
Hey, Isabel. Where are you going?
Well, we don't just know, but it's such lovely weather, I thought we might go out a while together.
Nor and Lizette, go where you like. You two with all the gadabouts. But as for you, Isabel, how often must I tell you, here you stay?
Oh, Scannerell, let them go. God's lambs will play.
Your servant, Brother Aris.
Youth, you know.
That youth is foolish, and that age is too.
With Leonore, you know she's quite secure?
Perhaps. But when Isabel stays with me, I'm sure.
I guard her, Sister Leonore, quite as well, I trust.
For heaven's sake, let each do as he must. These girls are orphans. In his dying hour, their father, long our friend, with all their dower, entrusted them to us, and in his will gave us the duty which we must fulfill to marry them ourselves, or give their hands to whom we choose. But we, meanwhile, our commands they must obey, as they and I know well. Your ward is Leonore, mine Isabel. Guard yours as you think best, sagacious brother, and kindly give me leave to rule the other.
It seems to me
you let your ward be gay, and primp and gad about and have her way, and idle as you will. Well, much I care. And flirt with these young sparks. That's your affair. But I intend to make my ward defer to that which seems to me is not to her. She shall not leave my doorway unattended to talk with gallants. For the flesh is weak.
Yes, but
it seems to me, I know whereof I speak. Since fortune destines her to be my wife, I do not mean to let her spoil my life.
You have no cause.
Be still. Isabel. How dared you stir one step from home unchaperoned?
But, sir, I came to see my sister. You object?
I do. Your inference is most correct. You spoil her for me, and I'm free to say that you'll oblige me if you keep away.
Then I'll speak frankly, too. You seek my sister's love, but all that you have done and coarsely said to her, I hope and trust will make her turn from you in deep disgust.
The man's a Turk. He shuts his woman in.
Well, there never was a woman, Lisette, worth the winning who needed locks to hinder her from sinning. These vile precautions utterly disgust us.
The only way to hold us is to trust us.
A woman wants affection and contentment.
Compulsion stirs her anger and resentment.
Remember how you felt when you were 20?
We all need liberty.
And you take plenty.
To Leonore, my ward, I gladly give the right to live unchained, as youth should live.
Why should I mope at home? To me, it looks as though the world could teach one more than books.
So help me gad, she talks like maids and cooks.
While 'twas her father's will, as you have said, that if and when I chose, we two should wed. Since she might be my daughter by adoption, I don't intend to exercise my option.
You mean, Aris, that I shall marry whom I will?
Yes, I'll not play the haughty tyrant. Still, if what I have, or am, or seem, can make her forget the age you mock, I'll gladly take her. In any case, her choice shall be her own. I seek her happiness, and that alone.
You make me sick. You poor blind fool. Isabel, go in. You mustn't listen to such drool.
Shame, the fool.
Brother, you take your guardianship of Farah.
You think you know, but I think I know better.
Whatever Leonore wants to do, I'll let her.
You'll trust her? Then what happens will amaze you. I'll be delighted when your wife betrays you.
Then may you laugh, old youp. But I foresee the laugh will be on you, and not on me.
I pledge my word that if Aris marries me, no wife can be more true than I shall be. But if Skenerell, and God forbid I married you, I would not be so sure what I might do. I'd never let his jealousy alarm me.
I'd keep him jealous of the whole French army.
Be still, you vixen.
Those who fear the nagging of women's tongues should never set them wagging.
As one brother to another, you have softening of the brain.
Have a little patience, brother. Youth deserves a lighter rein.
By some artifice or other, we will break the tyrant's chain.
You may laugh, but I know how affairs will go.
When the cat's away, how the mice will play.
I'll have my way, and she must obey.
But not to iron bars and railings. Remember that for minor faults and failings, good sense and kindness are the safest cures. I'll go now in my house, and I'm your humble servant.
I'm not yours.
Goodbye. Are manners out of place?
Goodbye. I'd rather see his back than see his face. I'll go into my house and keep my place.
Goodbye indeed. There go a well-matched pair. The man as mad as any old March hare. The girl's a pert coquette. True mates confound them. And what a household they will have around them. No, Isabel shan't see them anymore. They'd spoil her morals, he and Leonore. I'll ship her to the country, where the habits of good folks don't resemble those of rabbits. But here I'll have to guard her night and day. That time she pretty nearly slipped away. I'll see she doesn't try that anymore. I'll get a faithful man to guard the door. Another thing I'll do. I'll see a notary, too, and fix a day to marry her before we go away. Here comes the Sandals, Sylvester and Valere. I'll be on my way, rather than meet them here.
Au revoir.
Adieu, Valere.
Goodbye, you rogues. You stripped me bare. To 6 good louis d'or, goodbye.
Congratulations, then, Valere.
But why, Sylvester?
Your luck at cards is so harassing. Your luck in love must be surpassing.
My luck... Love is quite as bad.
How so, my boy?
Confess, my lad. Poor Valere, he's in love again.
With number 6?
No, number 10.
Why don't you trot her out and show her?
How did you ever get to know her?
I've never met her. Wish I could.
And still you know that she is good.
This much I'll say. Isabel, my lovely girl, is locked in by a crusty churl.
But come with us, you lovelorn sinner. Perhaps we'll teach you how to win her.
Oh, better still to live without her.
Now, leave me here to dream about her.
But will you quit your dreamy state in time to join us at the fete this evening at the Tuileries, fond lover?
Possibly. I'll see.
Come on, Lysander. We must choose our costumes. There's no time to lose. And shall we bring you one, Valere?
Oh, if you wish, I don't much care.
He doesn't care, for oh and ah, he dreams of sweetness, yes, mamma. Come hear the story of young Valere. His eyes were blue, his locks were fair. He rattled the dice, he sang tra-la, till he fell in love with a yes, mamma.
A yes, mamma?
A yes, mamma.
He fell in love with a yes, mamma. Alas, poor lover. His lot was sad. A crusty jailer the lady had, a terrible giant who cried, "Aha, you keep away from my yes, mamma."
My yes, mamma?
My yes, mamma.
You keep away from my yes, mamma.
Deep in my heart a truth lies hid. Sadly, I fear that no one knows it. Oh, how I wish that one man did. How but to him may I disclose it? How may I teach his eyes to see? How may I learn if he loves me? Tell, Cupid, tell. Does he know I love him well?
What can a maiden say with sighs? What by her charm and sweet demeanor? What may she hint with downcast eyes? How can she know the man has seen her? Why must she be so good and meek? Why may she love and still not speak? Do, Cupid, do bear my message. I love you.
Sganarel's coming. I'll close the window.
I'll remember Cupid's message, even so. Guest, come out of the house at once. There's Sganarel.
I'm coming. His humor's bad, I can surely tell. Watch here by my door, lackey. And see that nobody within goes out, and nobody without goes in.
Trust me, Your Honor. In stealth, I'll sit by your door and drink to your health.
Trust him if he drinks. Well, I must trust him with my honor.
Pish! Whom can I trust?
I'll sit here on the bench by the door. Take a pinch of snuff. Nothing more.
Your pardon, Monsieur Sganarelle. Perhaps we're indiscreet.
Perhaps.
But I've so long desired to meet a man of such exalted worth and station that I've presumed to make my salutation.
You have.
And let me add that I would treasure an opportunity to do your pleasure.
Pleasure?
For serving you would be no labor. I humbly render thanks that I'm your neighbor.
That's good.
Have you heard the latest out? The news that everybody talks about?
Not me.
Not him. I see you scorn this idle chatter for higher things, the things that really matter.
I do.
Shall you see the fete in preparation? Our Dauphin's splendid birthday celebration?
I might.
Your manners are sublime. How do you spend your time?
On my own business.
Rightly. But the mind demands some relaxation, don't you find?
I do exactly as I please.
Exceedingly well said. How wise to do the things that calm and ease us, and not what other people think should please us.
I'm busy.
Oh, yes, I know, but if I might, I'd love to call some not too distant night and sit with you a little after dinner.
Good day to you. The old baboon.
He's tough.
Cheer up. Valere, you'll pay me by and by, sir.
Well, Guest, I'm furious and desperate.
But why, sir?
Because he locks her up. Won't let her see a soul in all the world, including me.
She doesn't know you love her?
I confess I do not know. I dare not try to guess.
I'm sure we'll find a way as quick as winking.
Yes. Let's go in and do some heavy thinking.
Wait. Yonder is her sister's maid, Lisette. A saucy jade. We haven't tried her yet.
Well, then ask her help at once.
Well, I don't mind a pretty girl, flirtatiously inclined.
Ah, what a friend you are. Go forth, brave martyr.
I go.
I'll go in my place and pray that you don't catch a tartar.
Lisette! Lisette! Lisette, my mama said. Come out of Arif's house.
Who's that?
Who do you think? Come out, my pet. Come out, my dove, my swan, my duck, my starling.
Well, this is no birdhouse.
Then come out, my darling.
Now that I'm in the street, what's all this noise about?
Important business.
Darling, you're the worst. And only business.
Oh, well, business first.
Oh, stop. Stop. Now tell me what you want me for.
Well, pet, it's this. My master, young Valere, adores your lady's sister over there. But how is he to meet her? He and I thought maybe you could help us.
I'll try, but it's quite hopeless. I'd love to help him.
Could your mistress ask her sister here?
And then your master, too.
That's it, my dear.
Perhaps to go to sea?
Yes, that's the cue, the Dauphin's fate.
I'll see what I can do.
You can do anything.
You think so? Why?
You can with me.
Well, I can say goodbye.
How cruel you are. Why must you slip away?
Your business, that is done. Why should I stay?
You ought to know.
I ought to, yes.
What need I say?
How can I guess?
I love you.
Truly?
None but you.
He knows what to do.
I know what to do.
Vivement si réfléchit le tableau s'enrichit d'images. Mais tandis que l'on admire, c'est en nous le ciel s'admire. Un zéphyr vient peigner face sur face. D'un souffle au fond pour notre l'éclat de Georges et sa face. C'était toi qui s'étend dans la plaine, répétons ces eaux des le tables sont riches d'images.
I know the house, Isabel. I recognize the man from your description. That's it. Over there across the street. Valaire's his name, they told you, sweet?
Yes, but take good care. For goodness sake.
Don't fret. I'll manage this young wraith.
He's left the room. I must confess the game I'm playing may appear to be too brazen for a nice young girl like me. But here's my chance. How can I let it go? Good people who have seen me bullied so, I beg your pity. Don't refuse it, please. As for my stratagem, excuse it, please.
Come, lackey. Step out into the street. I'll lock the door. 'Tis necessary, I repeat. There's his house, and the lair is coming out. Oh, what can it be? The lout. It is the very man. So, now I know why he was so polite an hour ago. One moment. Monsieur Valère, you're the man I'm looking for.
Delighted.
I want a word with you.
Indeed. Well, come inside.
I prefer the street.
But the noise.
I hear well.
Will you sit down?
I'll stand. I'm quite at ease.
As a gentleman, you're difficult to please.
You know that I am the guardian of a rather pretty girl named Isabel, who lives nearby.
Yes.
And do you know that since her dying father willed it so, that I shall give the word when she marries me?
No, that's too bad.
What's that?
Too bad her father died.
Oh. And so you'll kindly cease your vain pursuit and leave the girl in peace.
What? My pursuit?
Come, sir. Don't deny it. Drop this pretense. You're gaining nothing by it.
Who said I loved her?
Someone whom I trust.
But who? I ought to know.
Well, if you must, 'twas she herself.
What, she? She knows.
'Twas she who said it. I trust, sir, you'll be good enough to credit my word no less than hers. The girl's well bred.
I'm glad to hear that.
And not to be misled. Her heart's affection is mine alone. In fact, I can't deny. She says that I am the apple of her eye. And that is all I have to say. Goodbye.
What do you make of that? Nothing to distress or trouble me. That message was not sent to kill my love.
You think the true intent
was not to make me deem all hope forbidden. There's something hidden.
The fox is watching. Let us go inside where he can't spy upon us. I'll unlock the door and step inside and tell all that's happened to my pride. Isabel! Isabel!
Scannerell, now the front door is unlocking. I'm scared to death you'll hear my poor heart knocking. The message that I sent might leave my lover blind to what I meant. So I must send, through by my jailer's hand, another that he cannot understand.
Well, here I am.
What happened? Tell me, quick.
Your message made our hero pretty sick.
Astonished, was he?
Stricken to the core. I guess he won't annoy us anymore.
I'm sure he will.
You are? But how, my dear?
Because he still sent this letter. Look here.
A letter?
You'd hardly gone. Along the street there came a lad who gave me greeting in the name of this Valère. The impudent young chap abruptly threw the letter in my lap and ran away as fast as he could pat before I had a chance to throw it back. A billet do, you see.
The man's devoid of decency.
I'm terribly annoyed.
What knavery!
I really should return the thing at once to show him how I spurn his vile advances. But I dare not ask.
Why not? I'll gladly undertake the task.
Remove the fellow's letter from my sight.
But first, let's see what he has dared to write.
Don't break the seal.
Why not, indeed?
The man would think I'd opened it to read the nonsense in his horrid billet-doux.
Oh, and maybe that you'd like to read it too.
No, to send it back to him without delay unopened would be much the better way.
To show contempt and scorn.
Of course. And then he won't try any tricks like that again. But if you feel you ought to read the letter, why open it?
No. Your plan is better. I'll take the thing. I have the call to pay beyond his house.
You leave it on your way? Oh, you are so kind.
Then I'll come back at once to ease your mind.
You can't come soon enough. Goodbye. I'll lock the door and walk across the way and have it out in a moment's stay.
Maman, dites-moi ce qu'on sent quand on aime. Est-ce plaisir, est-ce tourment? Je suis tout le jour dans une peine extrême. Et la nuit je me fais cauchemar. Comme un peu de causer en amour. Si quelque près de nous soupire, que faut-il lui dire? Oh ben j'ai bien fait que boucle d'amour va donner discret, me jurer l'autre jour qu'il m'aimait bien. Je ne dis rien, mais il reviendra qu'on me dire encore que c'est maman, que faire
One must be extremely careful bringing up a wife or maid. Train her to be meek and prayerful. Fit her for a useful life. Teach her to be fond of sewing. Keep her under lock and key. That's the only way of knowing she is where she ought to be. Here, fellow. Give this to your master, Moliere. Show him that the seal is unbroken. Tell him my ward is very angry and has not read it. And he is not to send you or any other rogue delivering letters to her.
Your pardon, master, but neither I nor any other rogue delivered this letter.
Don't lie. Give it to your master. And now, good day.
Master, Scannerell was here. He handed me this letter. He says it came to Isabel from you. From me? Quite so. She's very angry, too, and sent it back, unread, by way of showing resentment, sir.
Well. I implore your aid, yet not alone because of my distress. Your acts have shown your love for me, and as your heart may tell, if you love me, I can love you as well. I trust your faith. Contrive that we shall meet. Since I am guarded and must use deceit, I may speak strangely, but you'll know the way to guess what I intend from what I say.
Well, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Whoever would think so young a girl could be so clever?
And how adorable she is, how charming. Her mind so clear, her candor so disarming.
But look, here comes Lisette. Perhaps 'tis fortunate we've met. Your pardon, sir. The lady's maid, Lisette.
My master, Monsieur Ariste, has begged Monsieur Scannerell to come tonight with Mistress Isabel and go with us to see the Dauphin's fate. He says, and hopes he does not ask too late, that you and your companions are invited to wait upon the lady.
I'm delighted. We'll come. And give your master, if you will, 1,000 thanks from me.
And give him still 10,000 more from me. Now off you run.
Hello, here comes old Scannerell. A curse. With a second lackey to watch the first.
This is your post. Sit by the door. Your duty. Is that clear?
It is, Your Honor.
Good. And look who's here. Aha, my fair-haired dandy. Monsieur Valère, now I think you'll be less lavish with your pen and ink. You have your letter back. I hope it pains you to gather that the lady so disdains you.
For me to strive with you for Isabel is plainly folly, though I love her well.
That's folly also.
Further add that no distress can make my soul forget her loveliness. And though the planets fall and heavens furl, I'll never love another girl. And I shall woo her till my dying day. Or would, did not your merits bar my way.
Quite right. I own your feelings, do you credit. I'll speak your message as your lips have said it. To Isabel.
I thank you from my heart.
And let me counsel you before we part.
Yes?
To drive this longing from your brain and save you any further pain. Farewell. Isabel!
Come here to me. I am sorry that it chanced to be his evil fate to vie in love with me. Isabel! Isabel!
Yes, tell me what was said.
There never was a lover so astounded, so desperate, so utterly confounded to see his letter coming back unread.
He plans to steal and marry me by force. An honorable love, that is, of course.
What's that? Abduction?
Yes, I just found out. That's what your man of honor brags about.
You found out? How?
The fellow's servant came and told me secretly.
There, my pet. I'll settle him at once.
But don't forget, be stern with him.
I'll spoil his plots. He'll find himself too late to run away with you as he intended. I'll marry you before the week is ended.
Before?
You'd like it sooner, wouldn't you?
Why, a week will do. A week will do.
Did ever woman act more circumspectly? Why lock her up when I'll be back directly? And she is mine, and I can truly say that I have made her what she is today. Hey, Isabel, what's all this crazy prancing?
I love to see the dancing.
Yes, brother, she is safe with us.
Oh, you! I might have guessed. My brother and his crew. Stop it, Vixen! What the deuce? Has the madhouse broken loose?
Come, brother, join us at the Dauphin stage.
Hurry, you'll be late.
But join us, you and Isabel.
Not I, not she.
Oh, come, why not?
Come, Isabel. Why should we longer hide our love? On Sunday, she will be my bride.
Sunday?
Then, your bride?
Yes, we marry Sunday.
No. Then, just to celebrate, come, let her go to see the carnival, an hour or so.
No. Go into the house. There we'll have it out. No ward of mine will I permit to join in such a rout.
The time is early evening, and the moon is rising. Ergast enters from Valaire's house.
And now, Ergast, I'll pass the ogre's barricade to speak with her. I'll try this man. Hello, you lackey. Where's your master?
I don't know.
You mean you didn't see him go? When will he be here?
I don't know.
Well, never mind. Your mistress, though, is home, I take it?
I don't know.
And perhaps a silver coin or so would help your memory.
I don't know.
You seem to take me for a foe, but I'm quite harmless.
I don't know.
Why can't you give a man a show? You don't distrust me.
I don't know. We don't know.
Where ignorance is bliss, they've heard it said, 'tis folly to be wise.
No, master. On the contrary, where folly is bliss, 'tis wise to be ignorant.
Ergast, go to the fete. Here's money. Bring some of the mountebanks to dance and sing for my beloved.
Good sir, I go. Aha! A singer for a serenade.
The world is dark and lonely. My sun no longer beams. The night with all the stars away can give me only dreams. But through the weary hours, I know that love will have its own. How glad will be the dawning when you are mine alone.
Aha! There you are, my gallant suitor.
Yes, what's troubling you now?
Your foolishness. Enough of this pretense. I thought you had more sense. A gentleman of your condition, character, position, planning to carry off my ward.
Who told you such a fairy tale?
Denials are of no avail. Was Isabel herself told me.
She told you?
Then she says you plan her forcible abduction. I warn you, if you dare, 'twill cause a ruction. She says you're well aware of how she feels, in whom her love is placed. And so she bids you haste to end at once a shameful situation, by which she suffers deep humiliation.
To end at once a shameful situation. Well, if this be true, of course I ought to quit the field, leaving her to you. If this be true...
If? You doubt me, then? Very well. You shall hear it from her own lips. Wait. Isabel? Isabel? Come out.
Wait. That man, you bring him here? And why? That he may plead his cause? You rate him high. Because you find his manner so disarming, you hope that I shall also find him charming.
Not so, my dear. Your heart is mine, I know. But this man simply will not have it so.
How can you doubt? Could words and looks reveal more clearly still the love and hate I feel?
Dear madam, what this gentleman advised me was your own message. Certainly surprised me.
I have a choice, if choice it can be named, between two suitors. Proud and unashamed, I own that one I honor and adore with all my heart. The other I abhor.
Yes, Isabel. The part I have to play is clear to me. I soon shall find a way to rid you of that one among those present whose every act and word is so unpleasant.
Do so. My hate for him is so intense, his very presence is a gross offense.
Now.
Do I offend by speaking so? Must I apologize?
Good gracious, no. And yet I'm sorry. It must be distressing to learn that one is so unprepossessing.
To speak less plainly now would be a crime.
I understand. You haven't long to wait. In 2 days' time, I shall so manage that your eyes shall rest no longer on this thing that you detest.
Good riddance, and goodbye.
Poor lad, she loves me. No one can efface me from her affections. So, farewell.
Goodbye.
Pitied. No, not he. Not he. But I'm as tired as can be, so let me sleep till morning.
Yes, my own. Sleep sweetly. The love that you have shown deserves reward. Why need we hesitate? Sunday is far too long for you to wait. I'll marry you tomorrow. There. Go in the house. Good night.
Good night.
Now, can I trust these men or can I not? For all I know, they're hatching out a plot to help him bear her off. What shall I do? I'll get a real good man to watch these two.
Tomorrow? Heaven help us, what a mess. I cannot reach Moliere. He cannot guess my trouble. In 2 days he promised aid, but that will be too late, I'm much afraid. 2 days. That man will marry me in 1. So I must do whatever can be done at once, tonight.
Carmine, Harlequin, and all, wait here. Master Moliere, behold your players, sir.
I guess my only hope's to try tonight, and with a sturdy ladder aid her flight.
A ladder?
We'll bring one. Now, tell them to begin.
Here is your pay. Now earn it. This is your stage. Your audience, the maiden in Sganarelle's window there. What will you sing?
A simple ballad tune.
The very thing. So the people, maids and men, join the carnival again.
Now I must act, or else endure the fate of marrying this ogre, whom I hate. There is no time to plan. This night my only hope for safety lies in flight. In this brief note I must implore his aid. Oh, heaven help me should it be delayed. Or give me courage when the light grows dim, to run away and trust my fate to him. Take this note, I'll throw it to you. Take it to your master. Pray, please do.
Master, look, a note for you, and better hurry.
Here's the howdy-do. Be quick. Take any means to set me free. Tomorrow he intends to marry me. My kerchief on the window bar will show that he's away from home, and you will know it's time to act. Then don't delay a minute.
Her kerchief's on the bar. I saw her pin it.
He's out. How cleverly the girl has reckoned.
Master, the ladder. Let's not lose a second.
Oh, dear. Suppose he tries. These men will see. I do believe that one must have a key. Oh, Flunky. Ooh.
You call, madame?
Yes, good fellow. Tell me, do you think you'd like a nice, cool glass of wine to drink?
Yes, madame. We drink.
I know. I'll put a sleeping powder in it. Good fellows, please excuse me for a minute.
Master, the old rogue has gone off again. The kerchief is still on the window bar.
We'll go now, at once.
Just a moment, sir. Let me step into the house.
What's that broom for?
A weapon, sir. We must be armed.
Armed?
With this, I can sweep on to victory. Now, let's put the ladder under the grated window. Look.
Me! Quick, Bravo! Stop him! You rogue, you coward!
And where's our pay?
Your pay? I pay you for the victory when you ran away?
You'll pay us or we'll mince you fine and small.
Then take your money. You villains have no principles at all.
I'll go tell Isabel of this vile antic. But no, it might delight her. She's romantic. Better not tell. Better say nothing more. Silence is golden. Now I'll watch my door. Here comes Isabel, slipping out. I'll say nothing more.
The wine was drugged. Shabby trick to play. It served my purpose. There was no other way. From the lackey now I have the key, which will open doors and set me free. And now, farewell, my prison. Go I must to him I love, and in whose love I trust. The devil.
Who?
It's you, I said. Oh, heavens. You surprised me.
Surprised you? Doing what? Why are you here?
My sister, you saw her going out?
Yes, bound for that silly fate, as I recall.
What do you think? She didn't go at all. She's there, in our house.
Here? Why?
She came to beg my aid.
Your aid? For what?
A plot.
A plot? A jade. And you?
I couldn't. It would be a sin. Still, she insisted, so I shut her in.
But you are out. And why?
What could I do? My only hope was meeting you.
Now. But why should Leonore come here?
Can you believe those ears that hear me say she loves the wretch whom we have sent away?
Valere?
She does. God knows by what attraction. Dressed up like me, she went to meet that rake beside his house across the street. Hide yourself. Don't let her see that you are watching. Better let her go without a word.
I promise. But when she is gone, I'll find my brother. With his well-known views of freedom, he'll be charmed to hear this news.
Oh, then you'll tell him?
Yes, beyond a doubt.
Well, when you tell him, please leave my name out. I'll go in and send her now. My dear, don't fret.
All right, I won't, my pet. Leonore's a wonder. How this news should tickle my dear old brother. What a pretty pickle he'll be in after all his noble preachings. To see this fine result of his fine teachings. Now here she comes, well covered by the hood, trying to deceive the world, pretending to be good. She's going straight to Valere's, all disguised. Very well. I'd better lock her out away from Isabel. She runs to Valere's and knocks at his door. She stands in the shadows. I'll say nothing more.
Who's there?
Hush, it's Isabel. Valere!
You lie, Leonore, you minx. Have you no sense of shame to take Isabel's clothes, her voice, her very name? As if her honor were not worth a pin, and she's so good at home and well locked in.
But you must marry me, or even now.
That is my dearest wish, and it needs no vow to make it stronger. Be my guest until tomorrow, then my wife.
Perhaps she will. Yet, marry them to one another. Make two fools one. I'll get my doting brother to bless their union. Charming sentence.
I'll brave your tyrant, make him give consent to our espousal. But he shall not tear my treasure from me.
Treasure? I can bear to see him keep Leonore with all her charms. I wouldn't take that baggage from your arms. Another plan of yours shall not miscarry. A plan you may repent. Your plan to marry. Still, for her father's sake, we'll have to handle the thing discreetly to avoid a scandal. We'll pounce upon them both and give our beau the wedding that he swore he wanted so. I'll go at once for notary and magistrate, who'll marry them before it is too late.
How sweet the moonlight is.
Château des amours de Jeanne, château des amours de Jeanne, rien n'est si charmant que Jeanne, rien plus aimable que Jeanne. Jeanne aime Jeanne, Jeanne aime Jeanne, Jeanne aime Jeanne, Jeanne aime Jeanne, Jeanne.
Now, magistrate and notary. Here is the house.
Scanerell, your corpus mentis seems a trifle hazy. I was to marry you, or am I crazy?
I wed tomorrow.
Well, then what means this?
I need your services.
Well, what is it? What is it?
To use your magisterial authority upon two persons, one in her minority, in Valaire's house. Surprise them both with me and marry them.
Another marriage. Ah, I see. The man?
Valere.
The girl?
A ward of family connection.
Most opportune. My notary will help.
Your notary?
A royal notary.
Your servant, and the law's most humble votary.
A man of honor.
That's beyond a doubt. Stand over there. Watch well. Let no one out. You shall be well rewarded for your trouble. Let no one tempt you. I will pay you double.
You hint that one connected with the law would take a bribe?
Oh, never. Do not draw that false conclusion. I am all contrition. All magistrates are far above suspicion.
We men of honor understand each other. We'll keep good watch.
I'll go and fetch my brother. We need his signature to make it lawful. I'll give that antique turtle down the croffle.
Valere, open in the name of the law.
In the name of the law.
Who is it? A magistrate and notary.
Oh, Isabel, these men have come to wed us.
Why, you've thought of everything.
Not I, not I.
You realize that since her father's dead, unless her guardians wish it, she can't wed.
Please draw the papers. Have no fear. I'll gain their signature. You come in here. Come inside, fair Isabel. There may be trouble. Who can tell?
Brother, why bring me here?
Great news, grand news. The finest of the year. Where's your Leonore?
Why, at the fete you saw her pass your door?
The fate your Leonore attends, old dunce, is at Valaire's.
Huh?
I saw her, none but her, enter his house. And there she stays, good sir.
Oh, stop jesting.
Look, the magistrate and notary are here to marry them.
Coercion, gentlemen, is not required. Their marriage, which is all you have desired, and what you still desire, is it not?
Yes.
May be performed upon the spot. Both parties wish it. Nothing need prevent.
The girl?
She chooses to stay within, and stubbornly refuses to show herself for fear of some miscarriage, until your signatures confirm their marriage. But look, here comes her fair Valere.
I heard your plans. You talk so loud. So I avowed you shall not enter here before you sign. I trust I make that clear?
Yes, Valere, we both agree that you shall be the husband, fond and true, of her who now is in the house with you.
Yes, so the contract reads. You all concur?
Yes, yes.
This space is vacant. You three will sign, and then the modest lady shall here insert her name. No more formality is needed to ensure complete legality.
I'm willing.
So am I, and so are you. Ariste, sign first. The honor is your due. And sign, and so will I.
All right, I'll sign, but still I don't see why.
Have patience.
We'll rejoin you in a moment.
I'll now reveal the little joker in it.
Oh, Lisbeth, these conceited puppies. How I hate their talk. They fairly drove me from the feet.
I thought, Lenore, they did their best to be delightful.
So thus the matter stands. So we've joined Leonore's and Valaire's loving hearts and hands. Wait! There's the hussy with her saucy maid, coming around the house as if a trick she's played.
I'm not angry, Leonore, and yet I own my grief.
But why?
With the heart I left so free, you gave away without one word to me.
My heart is where it was. I have not altered. My deep regard for you has never faltered. I would not give you any cause for sorrow, and if you wish, I'll marry you tomorrow.
Colonel, what means this tale that you've been telling?
Leonore, you just now left Valaire's dwelling. Did you not put your hand to him right here? Have you not loved him for at least a year?
What silly talk. I've just come from the fete. Take back those yarns before it is too late. Why, who's been weaving such a web of lies? There come Isabel and Valere with magistrate and notary to seal their marriage ties. Your pardon, sister. I misused your name in desperation. Mine is all the blame. To quit my prison and Scannerell my jailer, too, I had to make him think that I was you.
What? What?
You take it calmly, brother. Now, that is best. Be reconciled. And laugh with all the rest.
I'm shocked. I'm stunned at Jezebel. How dare she treat me so, and after all my care? I'll go within my house and stay, and not come out for many a day.
Oh, well, come, ladies. Come, Ariste. Come to my house. We'll hold a wedding feast. Come all.
Leonore, perhaps you'll marry, too. Of course I'm willing, Ariste, if it pleases you.
Lisette, that makes 2 weddings. And if you agree, we'll add another.
I'll marry you, Edgar. All good things are free, and so why not?
Why not?
Tomorrow I'll engage some way to find a way to soothe my brother's rage.
And when he's tamed, if any ladies present have lovers who are equally unpleasant or husbands who are tigers, we beseech them to send their tyrants to our school. We'll teach them.
You have been listening to The School for Husbands, a comedy by Moliere. The radio adaptation was made by Blevins Davis. The production was directed by James Church. The cast in this afternoon's performance was as follows. Ergast, Neil O'Malley. Lisette, Madeline Hooley. Ariste, Earl Larimore. Valere, William Swetland. Leonore, Irene Tedrow. Lysander, Valdemar Capel. Sylvester, Turney Walker. The lackeys, Tom Gorman and Stanley Waxman. The magistrate, James Van Dyke. Scannerell, Charles Webster. And Isabel, Selina Royal. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, at this same hour, the National Broadcasting Company will present a radio version of Love for Love by William Congreve, a play with such scintillating wit that it made its author the toast of London society. Ladies and gentlemen, Carol Dice was our soprano in this afternoon's performance. Vladimir Brenner was at the piano, and our violinist was Max Kahn. Jack Costello speaking. This was an educational feature presented by the National Broadcasting Company, Radio City, New York.
Roma Wines present
Suspense.
Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud.
Your health, senor. Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the man in black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you a distinguished all-feminine cast of stars headed by Margot, Miss Elsa Lanchester, and Miss Janet Beecher. The suspense play which stars these ladies, and which is produced and directed by William Spear, is called Finishing School. Despite the absence of male participants in Ethel Lena White's story, we can promise you there is nothing dainty about the proceedings. And so, with Finishing School, and with the performances, in the order of their appearance, of Margot as Caroline Watts, of Janet Beecher as Melody, and of Elsa Lanchester as Dean Sterling, Roma Wines again hope to keep you in suspense.
I can see them so vividly now, just as I saw them the very first time. Those high stone ivy-draped walls of Miss Nash's School for Girls. And the first person who greeted me, that amiable soul, Miss Melody. I can see her, too. It was she, in fact, who showed me into my new room and who stood there watching me a moment, smiling.
This is your first teaching job, isn't it?
How did you know?
Well, if you've been around nothing but teachers for 30 years, you'd know, too. Let me guess now. Your subject is either French or... No, it's sport.
On the nose. What's your subject, Miss Melody?
Mine?
Come in.
Caroline Watts?
Yes?
I'm Miss Sterling, the dean. Welcome to the Nash School.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Sterling? I've been looking forward to meeting you.
Thank you. I wanted you to know about the general faculty meeting in my office at 3 this afternoon. I'll see you then.
At 3 o'clock?
Oh,
yes.
Melody?
Yes, Sterling?
Miss Nash is a little concerned about the new students. You might just check up on supplies for the 3rd floor.
It's already taken care of.
Oh, very well.
I should answer your questions, Watts. You see, my subject is housekeeping.
Oh, I didn't know. I just supposed that you were one of the teachers.
I was, up until a year ago, when Miss Penelope passed away.
Oh, yes, that was Miss Nash's sister.
No changes like that are inevitable, I suppose. As inevitable as, well, that ugly rumor.
Ugly rumor?
About Miss Penelope's death.
But I hadn't heard any rumor or anything about her death.
Oh, then I'm sorry, Miss Watts. I assumed you were that familiar with the school.
What was the rumor, Miss Melody?
Oh, it was nothing really, not even worth repeating. But I imagine
Wait, Miss Melody. Look, I'll hear about it sooner or later.
Well, it was just a silly, stupid tale. But somehow it got around that Miss Nash's sister had been frightened to death.
This, then, was Caroline Watt's introduction to the Nash Institution, a place which future events proved to be, with a vengeance, a finishing school. Thus, the prologue for tonight's tale of Suspense. The narrative will be resumed in a moment. But first, let's take a little journey.
We'll journey to a capital in Latin America. Here at a gay legation party on a lantern-hung terrace beside a garden pool. Listen.
Everything is perfect at your wonderful party, including this exquisite wine. It is a wine that helps to bring back pleasant memories.
I, of course, agree. It helps good friends such as us to appreciate good food, too. And this sherry has come far to add enjoyment to our legation party. It is of the famous vineyards of California in the faraway United States. See? It is the celebrated Roma wine.
Yes, Roma wines are prized in other countries for the great enjoyment their superb quality affords. They are esteemed as something rare, a luxury. But you in America may enjoy Roma fine wines in all the variety of types as an inexpensive everyday delight. So trifling in cost are these fine Roma wines here in America that you can be a most generous host, offering to each of your guests his or her favorite. A delicious, tangy California sherry, a fine California claret or burgundy, or a heavier, sweeter California port. You'll be delighted to learn from your dealer at what small cost you can get an assortment of several types, permitting you now to boast of your private wine cellar. Ask for Roma, R-O-M-A, America's largest selling wine. Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that Roma Wines bring back to our soundstage Margot, Elsa Lanchester, and Janet Beecher in Finishing School, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Frightened to death. Miss Nash's sister. Well, if I had known then what I know now, I would have been able to judge with real accuracy the importance of Miss Melody's remark. But the excitement of my first classes left little room for other thoughts. A week or so later, out on the athletic field, one of my students, Flora Nash, the niece of the owner, became quite ill. I sent her to the infirmary, but within 10 minutes she had returned. Miss Sterling, she said, had ordered her back. I was furious, and, well, I told her I was going to have it out with that woman.
Miss Watts, wait. I know it isn't my place to say this, but please, for your own sake, don't antagonize Sterling.
Oh, now, really?
I tell you, I know what I'm talking about. Listen, you know Miss Melody, don't you?
Of course.
Miss Watts, she practically started this school with my two aunts. When Miss Penelope died, everybody thought she'd move up to take her place. But she didn't. Somehow or other, Sterling saw to it she was left with the job of housekeeper. Miss Watts, don't have any trouble with that woman. Please.
Oh, all right, Flora. I'll go see Miss Nash.
Oh, no.
Why, Flora, Miss Nash is your own aunt.
But Sterling would find out. Please, you mustn't.
Oh, I never heard such nonsense in all my life. Hurry straight to bed. I went to the top floor of my building and entered the small waiting room of Miss Nash's quarters. It was empty, but just opposite was the door to the private apartment, almost halfway open, and I walked over to it, ready to announce myself. Then I stopped, dead still.
Penelope.
For it was then that I heard...
Are you there, Miss
Sterling's
Penelope?
voice.
We're almost in touch. Yes, I hear her now. Very faint, but nearer. Nearer.
It was an incredible sight.
Penelope.
Seated at a table wholly unlike the elderly but austere white-haired lady I'd seen before was Miss Nash. Her eyes were closed, and swaying gently, she seemed utterly transfixed as she listened to Dean Sterling's low murmur.
We're here, Miss Penelope. We're waiting. Yes. Speak to her, Miss Nash. Speak to her now.
Oh, all right. Can you hear us, Penelope? Miss Sterling says you have predicted
some tragic accident for another of our loved ones.
And then Sterling turned toward me.
What are you doing here?
I'm sorry. I wanted to speak
This
with
is not
Miss
the
Nash.
time or the place for that.
What is it? Miss what?
Miss Nash, it's about your niece.
I'm familiar with this matter about Flora, Miss Nash, and at the moment I don't want you to be disturbed by anything so trivial.
Trivial? But
I don't
what's
see how
happened
you
to
can call it
Flora?
trivial, Miss Sterling. Flora was ill today. Why did you send her back to the field?
Because she was no more ill than you are. She was simply up to her old trick, playing on the sympathy of a new teacher. Come, we'll talk about this outside.
No, Miss Nash, your niece really...
Miss Sterling, she'll handle it. Miss Sterling knows best.
Yes, Miss Nash. Good night.
Good night. If you'll just step out here. Now.
Miss Sterling, you evidently don't realize that Flora Nash suffers from a slight heart condition. It's entered on her card.
I'm sure it is, because I entered it. I'm a fairly competent judge of her state of health, Miss Watts, for the simple reason that I happen to be a registered nurse. Can you say the same?
Well, no,
After this, please be assured that I don't make a practice of deliberately murdering my students, especially the niece of my employer.
I'm very sorry, Miss Sterling.
Very well, Miss Watts. That will be all.
But it wasn't all. I was bewildered, even alarmed, I suppose, at the recollection of that voice calling out, Miss Penelope. And I went to the one person that I felt must be told. For quite a while, the housekeeper said nothing, then she motioned me to a chair.
You might as well know this, Miss Watts. Sterling, you see, has deluded Miss Nash into believing she can actually hear Miss Nash's sister. She then relays messages which are supposed to come from Miss Penelope.
But, Melody, I'm afraid I don't understand.
My dear, these messages direct Miss Nash to delegate more and more power to Sterling. That's her grip on Miss Nash. That's the instrument she's using to get the whole school away from her.
I can't understand. Miss Melody, how could she ever delude Miss Nash that way? The head of a school, an intelligent...
Also an old, grief-stricken woman, Miss Watts. More important, she's a woman who's been thoroughly sold on Sterling's clairvoyant power. You see, Sterling's made quite a number of predictions, and always they've come true.
They've come true?
Because she makes them come true. Miss Watts, there's a reason why I've told you this. I have the feeling that rather soon there'll be another prediction, and somehow, some way, it mustn't be allowed to come true. I want your help.
Miss Melody, what could we do? Yes?
Sterling. What? I'm perfectly aware that you regard me as a very ominous creature, a sort of Lady Macbeth. No doubt your special charge, Flora Nash, shares the same view. So, bring her along when you come to my cottage tonight.
Your cottage?
Yes, there'll be some other girls. I'm having a little party.
Well, I hadn't...
What's the matter? Don't you want to?
What? Oh, yes. Yes, of course I do, Miss Sterling. I'd love to come, thank you.
Good. And you can come too, Melody. 8 o'clock sharp.
We were prompt, Flora and I, and the sharp tenseness and alertness we carried with us into that cottage vanished almost at once. To my surprise, I discovered that when Sterling chose to be, she was one of the most compellingly charming women in the world. And that night, she chose to be.
Flora, since you're the one student in the whole pack of teachers, we'll make you the guest of honor. Now, what would you like to do?
Gee, I don't know, Miss Sterling. Anything, I guess. Have you any ideas, Miss Watt?
Well, we can always play cards.
That, of course, is exactly why we shouldn't.
Sterling, I've got it.
What?
Remember last spring, that seance you gave us?
Oh, no.
Oh, swell.
No, I don't think so, Helen. In the first place, I haven't picked up a single new trick.
Oh, that's all right. It'll all be new to Watts and Flora. Come on, give them a chance to see you demonstrate your real powers.
Yeah. All right, then.
Oh, no, I'd rather not. Flora, you're not scared, are you?
A little, maybe.
Well, don't be. It's all in fun, like watching card tricks. Need any help in here?
Oh, thank you. Yes, we'll use this large table.
Come on, Flora, you stick with me.
All right, Miss Watts.
So presently, in a room quite dark, we ranged ourselves about a large bare table, at the very head of which sat the dean. And then, for several long moments, there was quiet, broken at last
Yes.
by the low drone of Sterling's voice.
Yes. I hear you. Yes. Yes. But you must announce your presence. Let us know you're here. Speak louder. Louder. Your name is Coleman.
Miss Watts.
Coleman Nash.
That's my great uncle.
And you're trying to warn? To warn?
She's faded. Turn on the lights quickly. It's her heart. Get the doctor quick.
Call him somebody. The phone's in the bedroom. And Helen.
Yes?
I'll want some digitalis. You'll find it in the medicine chest in the infirmary. Here are the keys and hurry. I'll be right back, Sterling. Here, Watts. Here, let's pick her up. We'll put her on the sofa. That's it. Must have been frightened.
Yes. Frightened nearly to death. There. Miss Sterling, you did this deliberately.
Deliberately?
You knew that girl's heart condition.
Why, Watts? You can't anticipate a thing like that. I was simply going to tease her, warn her not to fake any more illnesses.
Yes, well, you see how she's faking this one. You planned this, Miss Sterling. The party, having her here, finding out her uncle's name.
I happen to know her uncle's name. It was a joke, a game. Everybody knows that.
A game?
She's coming to.
You tell these women it was a game, but will you tell that to Miss Nash?
You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, she does. You'll show Miss Nash the proof of another successful prediction.
Melody.
You'll have her completely at your mercy. Flora's the only remaining heir to the school. The only person who stands in your way.
Caroline, don't leave.
Oh, it's all right, Flora. I'm only going to get my coat. We'll be right back. Please, don't worry about a thing. Come along, Miss Melody. It was 5 minutes later that Melody and I crossed the campus to Sterling's cottage and found it empty. We learned that the doctor had arrived, had prescribed for Flora, and ordered her to the infirmary. Sterling alone was left in charge of the girl. That's where Melody and I found her, directly before Flora's room at the infirmary. We wasted no time. Literally, we pushed her aside and hurried into Flora.
Can't you see she's asleep? The doctor gave her something to make her sleep.
Is that what this is?
What?
This bottle on the nightstand.
You can see from the label what it is. Digitalis.
A heart stimulant, Miss Melody.
And not, oddly enough, a deadly poison. The doctor left it here, and it's been given to Flora every 2 hours. Now, will you please be good enough to leave?
Yes, I'll leave, but I shan't go far. I expect to stay very close to this girl until she's safely under someone else's care.
You're completely mad, aren't you?
That's an odd remark, Sterling, coming from you.
We maintained a watching post not far from the room. And from there, first Melody, then I made regular trips to the bedside. Flora was better, there was no doubt of that. And so at last I dropped off to sleep. The sleep that lasted for an hour or more. For dawn was filtering into the long infirmary corridor when I awoke. Suddenly, Melody was shaking me.
Caroline, it's happened.
What do you say?
Caroline, it's happened.
What are you saying?
She's dead. Flora's dead.
Oh, Sterling, just tell us what happened. It was only a few minutes ago. It was time for her medicine, and I went over to wake her up for it. Her heart, it had just stopped beating.
The medicine? The digitalis, you mean?
That's right, Melody.
Where is it?
What?
Where is it? Where's the bottle of medicine?
Why? It
used to be on that nightstand there. But it isn't now. Where is it, Sterling? What have you done with it?
I don't know. Let's see. Under the bed. It might have rolled under...
But it didn't. Nor under the chest of drawers, either.
Perhaps we should look out of the window. Maybe Sterling decided not to give her any medicine at all.
Miss Melody, this medicine chest, it's locked.
Locked?
Yes. Do you happen to know where the key is?
One of a housekeeper's major duties. See if this will work, Caroline. Being keeper of the keys.
It works. Melody! Miss Nash, look!
What is it?
It's Sterling's bottle of medicine. Unopened.
Unopened?
And unused. I was right, Sterling. You just sat there and watched her die.
That's not true. Helen, you saw me give Flora some medicine early tonight, right after the doctor left. Helen, you remember that, don't you?
Well, it looked like a different bottle, Sterling. A different bottle, yes. And I can guess what was in it. A sleeping draught. That's what you gave us, Sterling. You knew that even a slight overdose would stop a weakened heart.
All right, Sterling. We found one bottle. The one that would have saved Flora's life. Where's the one that took it?
You should know that, Melody.
What?
You should know where that bottle is, because you took it out of this room just a little while ago when I was calling Miss Nash.
You are insane.
What's more, you brought it into this room tonight in one of your countless visits. You brought in a bottle of heavy sleeping draught and exchanged it for digitalis. You were hoping I couldn't tell the difference and that I'd give that to Flora instead of the heart stimulant. And that's what I did.
You did it all right, but without any help.
Sterling, just how, for example, could I produce a bottle of sleeping draught so exactly like the digitalis that you couldn't tell the difference?
You had a whole medicine chest to work with. That's how you did it, and that's how I knew you did it. Helen?
Yes, Sterling. I know what you're thinking. It just came to me.
Go on.
When we were at the cottage, when you sent me over here for the bottle of digitalis.
That's it.
And there wasn't any. There wasn't any in that chest. Of course not. Sterling didn't put it there until tonight. Well, that's not the point, Melody. She couldn't have put it there at all, because she had no way to get into the chest. You see, when Sterling sent me over here, she gave me her keys.
Well,
I forgot to give them back to her. Here they are. I still have them.
In other words, Melody, you were the only one who could have put the digitalis bottle there in the chest. It's very true what you said before. One of a housekeeper's major duties is being keeper of the keys.
Miss Melody, that isn't true, is it? Miss Melody, it isn't true.
Oh, no, of course it isn't. Don't listen to them, Caroline.
No, Caroline, don't listen to us. Listen to Melody. Let her keep drugging you with lies until you see everything she wants you to see. And hear everything she wants you to hear. That's what she did to Flora, you know. She flooded that poor girl's imagination with absolute terror. And then she killed her.
I didn't kill her. Why should I? Why would I want to?
Why? So you could get Flora out of your way. So you could accuse me of killing her and get me out of your way, too. So you could have a clear path to Miss Nash. Well, Melody, your plan backfired.
But you're not getting me out of the school.
Helen, Watts, go phone the police.
I'll never leave. Do you hear that? I'll never leave. Never.
Oh, yes, you will, Melody. Yes, you will.
And Sterling was right, too. For within the month, Melody was an inmate of a quite different kind of institution than the Nash School. Life settled down then into a state of normalcy that lasted through the rest of the year. Lasted, in fact, up to just 4 hours ago, when I was crossing the grounds toward the main gate. All of the teachers had gone into town, and I was on my way to join them, when I saw it there on the grass. A tiny object, glistening dully in the late afternoon sun. What made me pick it up, I don't know. But when I did, it was as though a rocket exploded in my brain. It was a small empty bottle, and its label bore the slightly faded letters of the word digitalis. Then in the next instant...
Find something?
Sterling! Yes, I found something, Sterling. This bottle labeled digitalis. You know, I bet anything in the world a good chemist can find traces of a sleeping drug in it.
You mean? Then you found it. Melody's bottle.
Melody's bottle? My guess is that Melody's bottle, as you put it, never will be found because it never existed except in your mind.
What?
I picked this bottle up right here, Sterling, right where I'm standing, just 3 feet from the trash bin behind your cottage.
That was careless of me, wasn't it?
You used this bottle. You used it to get Flora Nash out of your way, to kill her and make good on your warning.
You're taking it to the police, I suppose.
I want to see if they can find your fingerprints on it, Sterling. Yes, I'm going to take it to the police as fast as I can get there.
Certainly, Watts. And the best of luck.
She went on inside her cottage, and I struck out across the grounds for the main gate and the road into town. I reached the gate just in time to hear the school caretaker bang it shut. Miss Sterling, he explained, had just telephoned the order. An early closing hour. I remembered the service driveway then, the other passageway through those high stone walls which encompass the grounds, and I found that it, too, was locked. I was a prisoner. And then, it was right then that the solution came to me. I should have thought of it before. Miss Nash herself was in those grounds, right on the top floor of my own building. I would take the bottle to her. I would show her the proof. I flew up the stairs, down the corridor, entered her small waiting room, and then stopped. Just beyond me, through the open doorway of the darkened suite, was Sterling and Miss Nash.
Another tragedy before this school year ends. That's the warning I hear. A warning? From Flora, did you say? From my niece? From your niece. Oh, she says there will be more tragedy. Oh, no. Before this school year ends. Tragedy. Oh. For one more woman here.
My strength left me completely then. I don't know whether I fainted or not, or how I got back to my room. But I'm here in it now. And it is just 10 minutes before midnight. 10 minutes before this school year ends. My door is locked. She has locked it from the outside. But now that door is going to open. And she's coming in.
What?
What are you going to do with it?
This revolver. I'm going to use it to fulfill a prediction.
Don't, please. Don't, please.
Laura made a prediction to Miss Nash tonight. No. Laura made it through me. No. Do you understand that? Laura made it. I heard her. I really heard her saying that there would be one more death before the school year ends.
Please!
And that prediction is going to come true. Now!
Hello, the police station. You'd better send someone over to the Nash school right away. There's been somebody's shot herself dead. And please tell Miss Melody that she'll be out soon. Tell her that Lady Macbeth is gone.
And so closes Finishing School, starring Margot, Elsa Lanchester, and Janet Beecher. Tonight's tale of Suspense.
Before we tell you about our star and story for next week, a word about an American anniversary of 173 years this week. Still standing in California is a little winery founded in 1771. Settlers from foreign countries discovered early that California vineyards were among the world's finest. That in the rare combination of climate and soil which produces perfect wine grapes, California surpasses some of the most famous Old World vineyards. Take Roma California Sherry or Port. They are magnificent wines, truly delightful. Yet, like all Roma wines, priced astonishingly low, because you pay no duty, no costly shipping charges. Toast the new year with Roma wines, America's largest selling wines. And let us hope that next New Year's we'll all be together, our sons and daughters, our husbands and fathers, in a world at peace. We help make this more certain with the war bonds and stamps we buy. So for 1944, increase your purchases of United States war bonds. Good luck and health to you one and all from the makers of Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Next week, Roma Wines take great pleasure in bringing to you, in his first radio appearance of the year, Mr. Alan Ladd. Mr. Ladd will be heard in a swift-moving action drama played against the colorful background of the Midway in an amusement park and called The One-Way Ride to Nowhere. Don't forget then, next Thursday, same time, for Alan Ladd in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Oh.
It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. For a fat man, Gildersleeve is quite a walker. But on bad days coming home from the office, he sometimes takes the B-line bus. There have been a lot of bad days lately, and this is one of them.
Back in the rear there. Come on, don't be afraid, folks. Step back. The rear end goes the same place as the front end. Step back.
Oh, yeah?
Come on, Fatso, you're blocking progress.
Oh?
Shove back, will you?
What do you think I'm doing? Zoop. Pardon, madam.
Well. All clear there. Come on, watch the door.
Nobody ever rides on these things.
Oh, hello, Mr. Bullard. I didn't see you there.
Hello, Gildersleeve. Here, grab this strap. I'll take this one.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Bullard. It's a little crowded, isn't it?
Yeah, awful. There ought to be a law.
Yeah, you said it.
As a matter of fact, I only happen to be riding on the bus because my car's in the shop. Mrs. Bullard has the station wagon.
Oh, me too. I just happen to be riding on it. Say, what do you think of the election? Or have I asked you that?
It's a mandate from the people.
My opinion exactly. By the way, how is Mrs. Bullard?
No, she's fine.
That's good. And the rest of the family? Haven't seen little Craig around much lately.
Yes, we must get him and your boy together one of these days.
Yes, we must.
Say, tell me, Gildersleeve, is your boy learning anything at that school?
School? Why, I don't know. I guess so. Why?
Well, I'm darned if I think they teach him a thing. Now, Craig's been going to that school for 2 years. Can't read a blooming thing.
Well, after all, Craig's only...
Can't even spell his own name. Why, I could read when I was 5. It's this modern education, Gildersleeve. They don't teach him anything.
You don't think so?
Projects. Everything is projects. Everything is too darn much fun. Wasn't that way when I went to school. We worked.
Oh, me too. We really had to buckle down. Yes, sir.
Discipline. That's what's lacking these days. Discipline.
A little of that old hickory stick.
That's the idea. Oh, goodness. Why, do you know when Craig was in kindergarten last year, I found out the teacher had them sitting on the floor, on mats? What kind of foreign idea is that?
Well, that's news to me, Bullard. In my day, we had desks and benches.
You're darn right we did. Kept our hands folded, too. We kept them folded or else.
Yes, sir.
I hated school. I kicked like a steer all the way through. But by Harry, when I got out, I knew something.
Me too.
These darn kids. All they do is have a good time. What kind of a school is that?
I don't know.
Why, they don't even teach them manners. Craig comes home and acts rude to his mother. Say, grab that seat before somebody else gets it.
No. You take it, Mr. Bullard.
Out, please.
Oh, too late.
Darn women, they slide in ahead of you every time. Well, I don't know what you're going to do about it, but I have a good mind to yank Craig out of there and send him to private school like the older boy.
Well, to tell the truth, I haven't paid much attention, I guess.
There's a lot of monkey business goes on down there, Gildersleeve. You ought to look into it.
Yes, sir, I'll do that. Glad you mentioned it. Say, what do you think of the election? Well, I guess I asked you that.
It's a mandate from the people.
Yeah, I guess I asked you.
Oh, Leroy, how could you do that? Just when I had the whole house cleaned up nice, all over the place.
I didn't do it. Craig did it.
Well, I ain't going to stand for it, that's all. I don't care who did it. I'm going to have to tell your uncle. Yes, sir, this time I'm really going to tell him. I'm going to tell him, that's all. I'm just going to tell him.
I'll clean it up, Bertie. I'll clean it up.
Well, you better, because I'm going to tell him. I mean it. I'm going to tell him. The minute he walks in here, I'm going to tell him. I'm going to say, Mr. Gildersleeve, just look at this living room. It's a mess. I'm going to tell him who did it, too.
I'm cleaning it up, Bertie.
Well, you better, because I'm going to tell him.
Gosh, we were only playing.
I don't care. I'm going to tell him.
I didn't want to do it anyway. It was Craig that suggested it.
Don't tell him, that's all.
It isn't fair. Craig has all the fun, and I have to do all the dirty work.
Quiet, Leroy. Here comes your uncle.
Good evening, Bertie.
Evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hi, Unc.
Well, what's all this?
Oh, it ain't nothing, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Leroy, what are these cards doing all over the floor? What are all those boxes? What's that stuff under the piano?
Oh, they were just playing, Mr. Gildersleeve. You know how it is. Rainy day, two boys with nothing to do.
Yeah, it was all Craig's idea.
Won't take me a second to straighten it up.
Craig, eh? Nothing to do, eh? Why aren't you upstairs doing your homework?
It's done.
Oh, it is it? Well, we'll just see about that.
Hello, Unky. You're late.
Good evening. I suppose you finished your homework, too.
I didn't have any. I did it all yesterday.
Leroy, you know so much. What's the capital of Maine?
The capital?
Yes, the capital of Maine.
Maine, gosh.
What's the capital? I'll give you till I count 5. 1.
Well, Unc, we didn't have that today.
2.
I know where Maine is. It's up there.
3.
Gosh, Maine. It's the only one I can't seem to...
You're not concentrating.
I am so.
4.
Hey, you skipped 3.
All right, 3. Come on. 4, 5. Marjorie, can you tell Leroy the capital of Maine?
Certainly.
Well?
Can you?
All right, what's the capital of Washington?
You mean the state of Washington?
The state of Washington.
Not Washington, D.C. You mean the state.
The state, yes. What's the capital?
Is it Seattle?
I'm asking you. You're not asking me. You're supposed to tell me.
Well, I thought it was Seattle,
That's the trouble, Leroy. You don't really know, do you? You don't really know.
Well, you keep hollering at me. Gosh, how can I...
That's the trouble with these modern schools. They don't teach you anything. I was talking with Mr. Bullard about this on the way home. I don't know whether the fault is yours or your teacher's, Leroy, but by George...
Hey, Unc.
By George, I mean to find out.
Unc.
Yes, Leroy, why are you waving your hand?
The capital of Maine is Augusta.
Did you tell him, Marjorie?
Certainly not.
Well, you're too late, my boy. I'm going down there to school with you tomorrow morning, and I'm going to have a talk with your teacher.
Oh, Unc, you aren't going to do that.
Why not?
Oh, gosh, I'd die if you walked in there in front of everybody.
Unky, I don't think Miss Goodwin is going to like it if you go over her head and start messing around with her teachers.
Who said anything about messing around?
Well, she's the principal, and after all...
All right, I'll have it out with Miss Goodwin. Maybe you're right. Maybe I ought to take it up with her first. After all, I haven't seen Eve in some time. Might just run over to her place after dinner. I know what she'll say, of course, but I know what I'll say. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to find out whether she's got those kids tending to business or sitting on the floor. Well, don't get me wrong, Eve. This isn't my idea, but I hear these things.
You evidently think it's worth your attention, or you wouldn't come running over here with it.
I didn't run.
Frankly, Throckmorton, I'm very tired of hearing people complain about the school. We're badly overcrowded. The teachers are overworked and they're underpaid. But they're doing the best they can with the little they have. And I think they deserve great credit for it.
Oh, so do I. Yes, indeed. Don't misunderstand me, Eve.
I think I understand you very well. You're complaining because Leroy isn't taught exactly the way you were taught. Isn't that so?
Well...
Are you so perfect?
Huh?
Are any of us? If we had learned all there was to be learned, would the world be in such a mess today?
I guess not.
School can't take all the responsibility for a child, you know. If you feel Leroy isn't developing as he should, it's just possible that what is partly to blame is the intellectual atmosphere around the home.
Do I?
Tell me, do you ever read?
Well, certainly. I read to the children. I read to them, I read the Christmas Carol every year.
Once a year. Do you ever discuss things with Leroy?
Oh, all the time.
I mean besides his faults.
Well, I'm busy, Eve. Gosh.
Do you ever read yourself?
Now and then. Whenever I can.
Now and then.
Well, I told you, Eve, I'm busy.
Busy at what?
Well, things.
Throckmorton, be honest with yourself. Do you remember any of the things you learned at college? Or have you tried to keep up any of the interests you had then?
Gosh, Eve, I came over here to talk to you about Leroy.
This has a great deal to do with Leroy. This is very important to Leroy. Because don't you see, you're Leroy's hero. He worships you. He imitates you. You're his hero. And that's a very great responsibility.
I guess I'm no good, Eve. I guess I'm just a drifter.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
I guess you must hate me, all right. I don't blame you.
You're wrong. I like you, Throckmorton, because you're human. And so am I.
Yeah?
It doesn't really seem right. It doesn't really seem right that weakness should be an attraction. But nevertheless...
Oh, I'm awfully weak.
Nevertheless... I sometimes think the only thing that makes life tolerable is the little weaknesses we share in common.
Why don't you move over here where it's comfortable, Eve? I've got another little weakness we could share.
Now, I'm afraid you're making a joke of the whole thing.
Oh, no, I'm not. Believe me, Eve. Just the same, why don't you move over? Oh, you want me to come over there?
I think we're getting off the subject.
Nuts.
Have you ever read Plato's Republic, Throckmorton?
Phooey, why should I read that?
What'd you say?
I said, no, I've never read it, Eve.
Oh, you should. It's one of the truly great books. In fact, I believe it's included in the 100 Great Books.
The what?
The 100 Great Books of all time. Some university's drawn up a list of them. It's really very worthwhile. All the students are required to read them.
Read 100 books?
Oh, I think everyone should read them, if he hasn't already.
Gosh, even if you join the book of the month, you only have to read 12. You're not suggesting I should...
Did you mean what you said, Throckmorton? Do you want to be an example to Leroy? Or do you just want to drift?
I want to drift. Only kidding, Eve. I'm only kidding.
I never know.
I'll do anything you say, Eve.
Well, why don't you just try this book, just to begin with? I'd love to lend it to you.
Well, The Republic of Plato. 389 pages. I don't know, Eve. This looks kind of heavy.
For Leroy, Throckmorton.
Yeah, for Leroy. You say there are 99 others?
Don't let that frighten you. You read them one at a time.
Oh. Say, maybe we could read this together, huh?
I think you'd get more out of it if you read it alone.
Yeah.
But any time you run into trouble with it, why, come over and I'll be glad to help you out.
Is that a promise?
That's a promise.
I'm pretty rusty.
It's still a promise.
Yeah. By George, the things I'll do for Leroy.
A fine cook is always very particular about the salads she serves, preferring to make them whenever she can with one of two famous products, Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise or the popular Miracle Whip, also made by Kraft. Now, both have been scarce for some time, and Miracle Whip will continue to be fairly hard to get because of the sugar shortage. But I have some wonderful news about Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise. Now that the supply of fine salad oil is more plentiful, Kraft Mayonnaise is once again available and in reasonable quantity. Your dealer should have some soon, if not already. Kraft Mayonnaise, you know, is a truly superior mayonnaise with a delicate flavor that comes from the choice ingredients that go into it. Fine salad oil, selected eggs, fragrant vinegar and spices, and as a final touch of perfection, fresh lemon juice is added. And flavor is not all. Its texture, too, is superb. A special beater patented by Kraft gives this mayonnaise a creamy satin smoothness you could never accomplish in your kitchen. For mayonnaise with a rich, homemade goodness, a texture nothing short of marvelous, choose whenever you see it, Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve, who is about to rebuild his life at the 11th hour. He's finished a thoughtful supper, and now he advances into the living room, which is already occupied by his niece and nephew. Marjorie is sitting on the sofa reading, and Leroy is lying on his stomach in front of the radio, which is playing.
Leroy, turn off that radio, please.
Oh, you never let me play it. It's Clemmy Cornwell.
I have work I wish to do. Marjorie's doing her homework.
What do you think I'm doing?
Homework with your head practically in the loudspeaker? Turn it off. Get your books up off the floor.
Okay.
I must say, Marjorie, what makes you think you can concentrate without music playing?
Doesn't bother me.
Me either.
Now listen to me, both of you. No wonder you're not learning anything in school.
I'm doing all right.
Well, maybe you are, but Leroy isn't. Anyhow, nobody can possibly study with that radio blatting out that hooray for Bob or whatever it is. You've got to play the radio. Why don't you play symphonic music? Why can't we have a little culture around here? Well?
It's okay with me.
I'm glad to hear it.
What is it?
What's what? What's what? Culture?
Yeah.
Leroy, really?
I'll tell you what culture is, young man. It's a love for the finer things of life. Oil painting, symphonies, great books like, where's that book I had before supper? Where? Oh, here. Look at that. Plato.
What's it about?
It isn't about anything. It's philosophy. 389 pages of it.
You gonna read it?
Certainly I'm going to read it. And I'm going to enjoy it, too. Well, I am. Plato was one of the greatest thinkers that ever lived.
I know. We had him last semester.
Oh, you did?
He made up a stale thing called platonic love.
What's that?
Holding hands.
It had nothing to do with holding hands. It had nothing to do with physical love. Plato was a very great philosopher, above such things.
Some thinker.
Marjorie, I'm surprised at you. Leroy doesn't know any better, but you're in high school. Well, from now on, we're going to run this house differently.
How?
You'll see. I'll get back to your homework, Leroy. I want to read.
Okay. Gosh, it looks funny. Everybody sitting around with their nose in a book.
There's nothing funny about it. It's the way it should be. Let's see here. Special introduction. Guess I can skip that.
Leroy, can't you sit somewhere else?
For corn's sake, you need the whole sofa?
Now, children, can't we all be quiet and enjoy our reading?
Enjoy it. Exports and imports of Paraguay.
Very interesting subject. See that you learn it. See. Translator's introduction. Seems to be a lot of that, too. Say, if I skip all this, it won't be so bad. Here. The Republic, Book 1. Must be about page 50. Page 1. Page 1? What the... Oh, they use those darn little Roman numerals for all that introduction. Still 389 pages to go. Well, here goes.
How do you like it, Unky?
Oh, fine. Great stuff. Deep, though, deep. See, if a man love justice, he needs fear no attack from a dishonorable citizen, for the just man cares nothing for possessions, and the dishonorable man loves only wealth. Furthermore, if a man loves justice, the gods are on his side till eternity. Eternity is the companion virtue of truth, and truth is the opposite of dishonor. Thus the wisest man is the eternal man, and the eternal man is the philosopher. Judas. Say, maybe I could get a little help on this first part.
Where you going?
You keep right on with your work, my boy. I'm going out for a little advanced instruction.
From Miss Goodwin?
Yes. She promised to help me with Plato. I'll see you later.
Okay, but keep it platonic, Unky.
Dark. Where's that darn bell? Oh, well, it probably doesn't work anyway. You must be home. Light in there.
Hello there. I'm afraid you're early.
Early?
I haven't finished dressing yet. I'll unlock the door and you can come and wait in the parlor.
But Eve. I do now. Well, might as well go in, I guess. Oh, fire in the fireplace. Cozy for somebody.
What time is it?
About 7:30.
Throckmorton. Is that you?
Sure, it's me. Who'd you think it was?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was expecting someone else a little later.
Tell him not to come.
I can't possibly.
But, Eve, you said you'd help me with my studying.
Throckmorton, you're a child. Wait a minute, I'll be out.
Nuts. You mind if I take off my coat?
No, I suppose not.
Oh, thanks.
The Rachmaninoff Prelude. I didn't know you played that.
That's all I know.
Just what was it you wanted help with, Throckmorton?
Say, that's quite an outfit.
Oh, do you like it?
Well, I don't know. You didn't put it on for me.
Silly. What was it you wanted help with?
Plato, what do you think? That's deep stuff, Eve.
How much of it did you read?
How much?
Yes.
You mean how many pages?
Yes.
Well, I don't know exactly. That introduction is pretty long.
Oh, I'm glad you read that. It's an excellent explanation of the whole book.
It is? Well, I sort of skimmed it.
And then you started in at the beginning of book one?
Yes. I couldn't make head or tail of it, Eve. A lot of characters with long Greek names running around talking to each other. What's it all about?
Throckmorton, look me in the eye.
What for?
I want you to tell me the truth. Did you read one single page of the book?
Why, Eve, sure I...
Look me in the eye.
I think I read a page. What's so funny?
Oh, I'm sorry. I will help you, Throckmorton. But you've got to make a real effort to help yourself first. Now go back and try again. Read the introduction. Don't skim through it. Read it. And then read the first 20 pages.
20 pages? That's a lot. The introduction's long, too.
All right, 10 pages. Read the first 10 pages, and if you don't understand it, come over and we'll talk about it.
But if you could give me a little idea what it's about, Eve. I mean, right now, before I start.
I've got to go out, Throckmorton.
Who with?
I don't believe you know him. He's a teacher at the normal school.
Teacher? Going to some concert, I suppose.
No. As a matter of fact, we're going dancing.
Eve! Yes, I'm back. Nuts. Now what'll I do? Well, I suppose I can take another crack at Plato. Where's my book?
Right where you left it. In your chair.
Oh, thank you. Well, stop staring at me. Go on with your work.
I finished it.
You finished what? Your geography?
Yeah.
What about your history?
I can do it tomorrow.
No, sir, none of that. You get that right now and get it done. When you're finished, I'll examine you.
Gosh.
Now. Where was I? Wonder who that guy is she's going out with. Oh, well. Here. Translator's introduction. The Republic of Plato is the longest of his works. They're telling me. Why the devil does he have to pick the longest one?
Doorbell!
Keep working, Leroy. I'll answer it.
But you're reading.
I will answer it.
It may be Francie. She told me she might drop over.
And she might drop right back where she came from. You don't wish to be disturbed this evening. Well, hello, Judge. Come right in. Glad to see you.
Well, I'm just passing by, Gildy. I saw the light in the parlor, but if you're busy...
Not at all, not at all. Here, let me have your coat.
Thanks, old man.
Come in, sit you doing a spell.
Good evening, Marjorie. Leroy.
Good evening, Judge. Hi.
Doing a little homework, I see. Sure we won't disturb you?
No, Judge. They've learned to concentrate. Have a chair. Tell me what you've been doing.
Well, Ooh. Book. Well, who's been reading Plato's Republic?
I was glancing through it. I like to read a little philosophy occasionally. And when you're in the mood for philosophy, you can't beat Plato.
You've been reading... Plato?
It's a lot of hot air, isn't it, Judge?
Well, I wouldn't go...
Don't tell me it's a lot of hot air. No practical value whatever. Why fill your head with a lot of theoretical stuff you're never going to use? Am I right, Horace? You bet I am. How about a game of checkers?
Suits me fine. Where's the checkerboard?
Here, underneath. Well, Leroy, what do you want?
Nothing. I'm just going to watch.
What about your history?
Oh, I've done enough.
You've done practically nothing. You get your nose in that history book and learn it. You understand?
Well, no, you said yourself. What's the use of filling your head with a lot of theoretical stuff you're never going to use?
Do your homework, you hear? I'll have no ignoramuses in this household. Which hand do you want, Judge?
This one.
I get to move first.
We'll be hearing from the great Gildersleeve again very shortly. Well, the frost is on the pumpkin and Thanksgiving's almost here. If you're planning a special salad for the big day, top it with real glamour, Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise. Yes, this famous and superior mayonnaise is once again available and in reasonable quantity. Now that the supply of fine salad oil is more plentiful, Kraft is making a fair amount of Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise, and your dealer should have some soon, if not now. Yes, it's good news, for this is mayonnaise with a delicate flavor, a homemade goodness that only choice ingredients can give. Fine salad oil, selected eggs, fragrant vinegar and spices, and as a final touch of perfection, fresh lemon juice. Its texture, too, is something to be proud of. Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise is velvety smooth and creamy. So smooth you'll wonder how it was ever accomplished. Well, a special beater patented by Kraft is the answer. Yes, we're happy to tell you Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise is back.
All right, Leroy. Name the 13 colonies. You better have them perfect.
Perfect?
Yeah, perfect.
Gosh. Well, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Maryland, Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey. That's 12. And Delaware.
Well, I'll be darned. Go to bed, you lucky boy. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley as Leroy, Louise Erickson as the girl who doesn't want to go to Memphis, and Lillian Randolph as Bertie. Judge Hooker is Earl Ross. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
It's one of the finest desserts you can imagine. Yes, rich, velvety smooth ice cream made with frizz. That's F-R-I-Z-Z. Frizz is the new craft product women are raving about. It makes real homemade ice cream that has plenty of milk and cream in it. Just add water, a little sugar, and freeze according to directions on the package. Frizz is made by an exclusive process that retains the fresh cream flavor, gives you ice cream that freezes smoothly. Flavor variations from vanilla are easy. 6 generous servings from one package of Frizz.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In just a minute, it's the Aldrich family on NBC. Academy Award time is with us again, and it's the period of the year when everyone is wondering who will win the Oscar. Why don't you listen to the Academy Award presentation next Thursday night on NBC and find out? Of course, each weekday, NBC brings great listening into your home, too. There's Bob Hope and Dave Garroway with easygoing shows, your daily visit with One Man's Family, and the latest foreign reports with Morgan Beatty's News of the World, as well as John Cameron Swayze's capsule commentary each evening. Check your newspaper and tune to this station. Now it's the Aldrich family on NBC.
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
Yes, it's the Aldrich family is transcribed, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Whatever your teenage years were, hectic, adventuresome, or shining, you can never forget them. They're an important part of you. And whenever you go back to them in memory, you'll always find a typical boy like Henry Aldrich right in the middle of them. The scene opens at the Aldrich telephone. The time is evening.
Hello? Hello, is this Lucy Smith? Yes. Lucy, this is Henry. Did I by any chance leave my Latin book at your house this afternoon?
I don't think so, Henry.
Well, you sure I didn't leave it out in your kitchen? Well, has your mother been in or around your refrigerator lately?
Henry, ask her whether she's seen my Latin book, too.
Homer, keep quiet. Hello, Lucy. Look, if you do find one, could you give me a ring?
Henry, does she think she can find it?
Goodbye. Homer, do you realize that whenever I talk on the phone, all you do is stand there and ask questions?
Well, gee whiz, you never tell me anything. Who are you going to call next?
Never mind. Hello?
Oh, who, Henry? Can't you tell me who?
Number, please.
Operator, give me Elm 227.
Elm 227.
Henry! Mother, I think I'm on the trail. You just go on reading your paper.
Henry, do you mean to say you haven't found your Latin book yet?
Well, not yet exactly, Mother.
Well, you better not let your father hear you haven't found it.
Well, there isn't anything to worry about, Mrs. Aldrich. It'd be different if we didn't know where we went today.
Well, just the same, Henry, better find it in a hurry.
Hello?
Hello, Aunt Harriet. This is Henry.
Henry who?
Henry, your nephew. Don't you remember, Aunt Harriet?
Oh, yes. Hello?
Hello. Look, have you happened by any chance to see Cicero around your house?
Oh?
Cicero. Yeah, we've been studying him this year.
Oh, you mean the book? What color was it?
Just a minute. Homer, what does our Latin book look like?
What do you mean? Like a book?
What color? What color?
Is it black?
Black? I thought it was sort of...
Henry, it's brown, isn't it? A nice sort of brown with Cicero printed on it.
Hello, Aunt Harriet. Brown. And there were 2 of them, Homer's and mine.
Has she seen them, Henry?
Well, have you been in or around your refrigerator lately?
Oh, no, I didn't tell me to see anything.
I'll ask her whether she's had her dinner yet.
Thanks, Aunt Harriet. Goodbye.
Henry?
Homer, be looking up another number.
Henry?
Yes, Father?
You and Homer still out there at that phone?
Henry, I think I'll go outside and sit on the front porch for a while.
Yeah, but Homer...
Henry!
Yes, Father, just a minute.
Number, please.
It's just a question of time, and I'll have the darn thing.
Number, please.
Operator, give me Elm 344.
Elm 344.
Yes, please.
The whole trouble is, Henry, that you don't pay attention to anything you do.
There it is, the night before you have to get an 88 on an examination to bring your average up to passing.
Father, I don't like to contradict you, but all I need to pull me through is a flat 85. I spent nearly an hour this afternoon figuring it out. Hello, Eleanor, this is Henry.
Instead of figuring out a thing like that, you should have been looking for your Latin.
Just a minute, Eleanor. Sure, Father, I agree with you, absolutely. Eleanor, have you seen my Latin book?
Has she?
Yes. No. Eleanor, when we were in your kitchen and we put the ice tray back, did we put anything else in with it? Well, like a Cicero.
What'd you do this afternoon? Visit every refrigerator in town?
Oh. Well, goodbye, Father. Eleanor.
You see that, Henry? Your mind isn't on a single thing you do.
Father, this isn't the result of anything my mind did.
I agree. It's what your mind doesn't do.
Yeah, but, Father, don't you see? There's a swell chance I may not even need my Latin book tonight.
Why not?
Because I'm not even sure we're going to have an exam tomorrow.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Homer, isn't there a possibility that we don't have an exam until day after tomorrow? Henry, you've asked me that 3 times. Miss Wheeler said it was tomorrow, second period, and that's all there is to it. Are you sure, Homer? Because my father's standing right here. Quosque tandem abuteri Catalina patientia nostra. There, Homer, what does that mean? Go on and finish it. I have finished it. Quosque tandem abuteri Catalina patientia nostra. That means, Homer, how long will you abuse our patience, O Cataline? It does? Sure. Now, can you give it to me? Sure. O Cataline. O Cataline. Henry, could you read it again, please? The whole thing? Well, of course not the whole thing. Do you think I'm dumb? Just give me the first word. Quosque. Oh, yes, quosque. Look, Homer. Does this give you any hint as to what it is? When you measure something, what's the first thing you want to know? Where's the ruler? No, Homer. Supposing you've got the ruler, what's the next thing you want to know? What is it you ask yourself? Henry, are you sure that's Cicero you're reading? Sure, Homer, sure. It's your own book. Didn't my mother just find it down in the preserve closet? Now, listen carefully and see whether this brings back anything. Quosque tandem abutere. Give me one more clue. Homer, if I give you any more, I'll have given you the whole thing. Well, no, I won't, Henry. Honest, I won't. Cataline is measuring something. I know that. No, Homer. Listen, Henry, how long are you going to hold out on me? Homer, you got the whole thing. What whole thing? Well, you just said it. How long will you abuse our patience, Cataline? Well, Henry, I knew that part all right, but is that all there is to it? Sure, it's as easy as rolling off a log.
Henry!
Let's not talk so loud, Homer. My folks have gone to bed. Now for the next one. Henry, are you sure tomorrow's exam covers the first 3 orations? Well, I heard her say the first 3. Now listen. Abit, excessit, evacit, erupit. Homer, it means he departed, he withdrew, he went out, he broke forth. Sure, that's just what I was going to say. You're crazy. I am not. I knew it all the time. All right, I'll read it again. Abit, excessit, evacit, erupit. What does it mean? What's so tough about that? All right, tell me what it means. Sure. He came in, he fell down, he got up, he fell down again. Now, is that someone calling? No, I don't think so. Well, okay, shoot me another. I'm getting hot.
Henry, do you realize what time it is?
What time, Mother? Well, it's just a little after 10, isn't it?
It's 20 minutes to 12, and you promised me that if I let Homer stay here overnight, you'd behave yourselves.
But, Mother, all we've been doing is sitting here quietly with Cicero. Sure, Mrs. Aldrich.
I'm sorry, but you were talking as loud as you could. And what's more, it doesn't seem to me that you should have to study as late as this.
But, Mother, you have no idea what a stiff exam Miss Wheeler can give.
Well, it shouldn't be stiff if you'd paid attention.
Alice, will you please come to bed?
Sam, I'm talking to the boys.
I'd like to get back to sleep.
Mother, I have paid attention, but Miss Wheeler double-crossed us. I'll say she did.
What do you mean she double-crossed you?
Well, Mother, she stood up in class after we're almost through with the last 3 orations of Cicero and announces that the examination will cover the first 3. Sure, and we haven't looked at those since last term.
And she didn't give you any advance warning?
No, Mrs. Aldrich, not since February. Sure. And here we are stuck when we ought to be in bed.
Henry, go to bed.
Yes, Sam, he's going.
But, Mother, don't you realize that if we don't study this, our whole year's work will be in vain? And Father, you know what Father's going to do.
But, Henry...
And, Mrs. Aldrich, this is one course I don't want to have to take over again.
Homer, I'd like to say something to both of
But
you.
listen, Mother... Now, wait, Henry, let me explain this to her. Oh, listen, Homer. What does this mean? In Romuli Facie. What that means? Among the dregs of Romulus. Good, that's swell. Now, how about Homer? Homer, are you asleep? Listen, Henry, stop shaking me. Not so loud, Homer. Do you want me to wake my folks? I wasn't talking loud. Well, you are now, and it's 10 minutes to 2. Okay. Give me that last sentence again. Homer, why don't we be sensible? Why don't we set the alarm for 7 o'clock and finish in the morning? Homer? Homer, do you realize you've got your head right in the middle of my collection of rocks? And, Homer, some of those are valuable. But give me that sentence again, Henry. Didn't you hear what I said, Homer? Rocky o what? I said, let's quit and go down and get something to eat. Oh, boy. Do you have any breakfast cereal? You know, the kind I like? Sure. I think I'll have some myself. With plenty of milk on it. And cream. Oh, wait till I set this alarm for 7. Listen, Henry, how about setting it for 5 after 7? I need to sleep. Homer, we've got work to do.
Breakfast, Alice.
What time is it, Sam?
20 minutes after 9. I ought to be at the office by now.
Oh, my goodness, I ought to be getting ready to go out myself.
It's a wonder either one of us woke up this morning after being kept awake all night by the boys. What time did they finally stop wrestling?
Sam, they weren't wrestling.
Alice, I heard them myself. Homer kept yelling at the top of his lungs. He'd come in, he'd fall down, he'd get up. Then he'd do it all over again.
Now, dear.
Oh, didn't you hear them? How'd they look when they had breakfast?
Well, I didn't see them at breakfast. They must have come down quite early.
Yes?
Yes, I was just going to call them when I happened to find their cereal dishes out by the sink. And, Sam, I have never been so upset about anything in all my life.
What about?
Why, imagine their Latin teacher giving them an exam they had to sit up half the night studying for.
I still say that if Henry had paid attention, a thing like that wouldn't happen.
Dear, under ordinary circumstances, I'd agree with you. But their teacher double-crossed them. Henry explained the whole thing to me.
Shh, Alice.
Yes, Sam?
Listen. Did I hear someone moving around upstairs?
Well, I certainly don't hear anything. It couldn't be Mary. She left the house at least 10 minutes ago. And, Sam, you didn't let me finish. I'm going down and see Miss Wheeler today.
Who's Miss Wheeler?
Henry's Latin teacher. I think it's time I had a heart-to-heart talk with her. Hey, Homer. Homer, wake up. Henry?
Hey, what's that? Did the alarm go off? Not yet. I woke up about 5 minutes ago. Gee whiz, is it raining out? Not so loud, Homer. Do you want to wake up my whole family? It isn't raining. The shades are down. Oh. What time is it, anyhow? There's the clock right there. 10 minutes to 7. Oh, yeah. Hey. What's the matter? Oh, no. Well, I thought when I first looked at it, it said 25 minutes to 10. It's a funny thing, Homer, but so did I. Hey, come on, let's tiptoe down to the kitchen in our pajamas and get some breakfast. All right. How about a little more of that cereal and some bananas? We haven't got any bananas. Quiet now, Homer. As soon as we get through, we'll come back and finish studying. Okay. You know, it's funny, but I feel as refreshed as though I'd slept until 9 or 10 o'clock. Homer, don't trip on these stairs. You'll wake everybody up. Henry, ask me what quousque tandem and all that sort of thing means. What does it mean? It's how long will you abuse our patience, Cataline? That's swell, Homer. Just a second while I put in a telephone call. At this hour of the morning? Who are you going to call? I think they'll be up by now.
Number, please.
Elm 753.
I beg your pardon?
Elm 753.
Elm 753.
Quiet! I mean, that's all right. Go ahead and ring him. Henry, will you please tell me who you're calling? Homer, I think I know where I left my Cicero yesterday. Remember when we dropped into Jimmy Bartlett's for a second?
Hello?
Hello, is this Mrs. Bartlett?
Yes?
Well, this is Henry Aldrich. Did you find a Latin book anywhere around your kitchen?
Henry, could you speak up a little?
Well, I would, Mrs. Bartlett, but I don't want to wake my folks up.
Oh, are they sick, Henry?
No, they're just getting a good night's sleep. I'll tell you, could I speak to Jimmy, please?
To Jimmy? He's left for school.
What's that?
Yes, of course. He left a long time ago.
Gee whiz, what time do you have to be there?
At 9 o'clock.
Well, I know, but... What time is it now?
It's 10:15.
Quarter to what? Homer, do you know what time it is? What time is it? Mother!
What time is it?
Mother!
Mary, I asked you what time it is.
Mother, Mary!
Mrs. Aldrich!
Mother!
Hey, Henry, slow down and wait for me.
What's the matter with you, Homer? Can't you run?
Gee, was I dressed in such a hurry? Look at me. I got my shoes on the wrong feet.
Why worry about a little thing like that? Don't you realize the exam started 15 minutes ago?
Henry, wait. Your pajamas are showing.
Where?
Below your pants. Stop and pull them up.
I haven't got time.
Henry, don't go in that door. That's the girls' entrance.
Homer, what difference does it make at a time like this? Come on.
We'll open it.
I'm trying to. It's locked.
Now, you see that? Now we've lost more time.
Wait, it's open. I forgot doors in schools open out.
Listen, Henry, don't you pay attention to anything.
Well, where are the stairs? Where are the stairs?
I don't know. How would I know where they are?
Homer, don't go through that door. That's the girls' gym.
Yeah, I know. Who's the swell-looking girl on the parallel bars? Hey!
Homer, quit it. Come on. Well, let's try this way.
Boy, are my feet blistered.
Same here. We should have brought our socks along with us. Come on up these stairs.
Henry, don't you see that sign that says down only?
Homer, stop criticizing everything and come on.
Where does that door go to?
Gee whiz, we're in the clear.
You mean we're outdoors again?
No, we're in the main hall. There's Miss Wheeler's room right over there.
Don't make so much noise. You wanted to notice us when we go in?
Wait a second, Homer. Wait a second. We gotta sign our names on this bulletin board before we go in.
Oh, yeah. Well, sign mine and hurry up.
Wait a second. Hey, Homer, how does my hair look?
Why worry about a thing like that?
You should see yours.
Just pull up your pajamas and come on.
Quiet, Homer, quiet.
Gee whiz, where's Miss Wheeler?
I don't know. Hey, Lucy.
What?
Where's Miss Wheeler?
She got called down to the office.
She did? Boy, are we in luck. Has the exam started?
Yes, the papers are up there on the desk.
Come on, Henry, let's get them and get started. The period's almost half through.
Boy, I wish I'd had time to eat some breakfast. My stomach's turning over.
Henry, your pajamas are slipping off, too.
The point is this, Miss Wheeler.
Yes, Mrs. Aldrich?
Well, I do appreciate your coming down here to the office when I know you're holding an examination upstairs. But don't you think there's something wrong when a boy has to study half the night and then get up practically before sunrise and study some more?
I do indeed, Mrs. Aldrich. And I hope you won't misunderstand. But my observation has been that Henry doesn't pay as much attention as he should.
Miss Wheeler, if Henry were the only one who had to study practically all night, it would be different. But Homer Brown stayed up just as late and was up again at sunrise.
Mrs. Aldrich, I hope you won't misinterpret what I'm about to say. But Homer Brown doesn't pay any better attention than your son does. And incidentally, if you would care to look on that desk, you'll find Henry's copy of Cicero. It was found in DeHaven's drugstore yesterday.
Oh, really? Oh, well, naturally, I realize Henry isn't perfect, Miss Wheeler. But don't you think that if a subject is made interesting, young people will take an interest in it?
I appreciate your frankness, Mrs. Aldrich. And I certainly hope you won't think I'm in any way criticizing. But when Henry finished his Caesar class last year, I went to Mr. Bradley and I told him I felt it was extremely unwise for us to permit him to take Cicero this year.
And just how do you expect Henry to get into college without Cicero?
By working, Mrs. Aldrich. By working very hard.
I see. Is there a public telephone here I might use?
Miss Shea, would you please show Mrs. Aldrich where the telephone is?
Well, there's a booth right over here in the corner, Mrs. Aldrich.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good day, Miss Wheeler.
Goodbye, Mrs. Aldrich.
What's the matter with her?
Is it my fault her son had to sit up all night getting ready for tomorrow's exam?
Tomorrow? I thought you were giving exams today.
I am, but only in Julius Caesar. Cicero is tomorrow.
We'll return to the Aldrich family in just a moment. Tonight, Theater Guild on the Air raises the curtain on another fine dramatic presentation by some of the superb actors the Guild has teamed up with the outstanding plays of the past and present. Tonight's play is The Square Peg, starring Thomas Mitchell, Thelma Ritter, and Jane Wyatt. And, of course, no Sunday would be complete without a visit to those two happy householders, Phil Harris and Alice Faye. This curly-headed wonder of the airwaves can usually get himself involved in something that requires Alice's talented hand to unravel. Then your two regular NBC thrillers, Dragnet and Barry Craig, confidential investigator, come along next. Barry, played by William Gargan, clears up a thrilling mystery, while Dragnet, with Jack Webb as Sergeant Joe Friday, offers another case history from the files of the Los Angeles police. So stay tuned to NBC on Sunday nights for the tops in radio entertainment. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Due to the fact that Henry and Homer overslept this morning, they arrived at school 20 minutes late and have gone in to take the wrong Latin exam. Mrs. Aldrich, who assumes that they got up in time, has taken their side in the trouble that follows. This scene opens in the examination room.
Boy, oh boy. Homer, not so loud. Henry, did you ever see a tougher exam? I'll say. I don't recognize any part of it. Boy, Homer, am I hungry. I'm so hungry, everything's spinning. Henry, have you answered any? Not yet. Maybe these are on the pages we were going to study this morning, but didn't. Hey, Henry, here's one I recognize. Here's one. Which one is it? Winnie Weedy Wiki. What's that? Well, sure, don't you remember? He came in, he fell down, he got up, he went out. Sure. Homer, don't tell me. Don't tell me. That's cheating.
Mr. Bradley, but did you send for me?
Yes, Miss Wheeler. Come right in. Tell me, have you Henry Aldrich's and Homer Brown's examination papers with you?
No, I'm afraid I haven't. I sent the boys home with them.
Oh, dear. That's too bad.
I didn't know you wanted to see them, Mr. Bradley. I also gave Henry his copy of Cicero his mother left in the telephone booth.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry about the papers because Henry's father and Homer's father are dropping in for a talk in a few minutes.
You don't say so.
I thought they might find those examination papers rather enlightening.
You mean the fact that they took an exam in Caesar and thought it was in Cicero?
Yes. But never mind. I've sent for Miss Johnson to come in. That will help some.
Yes, Mr. Bradley. You're referring, of course, to that awful thing Henry and Homer did this morning.
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm certainly glad you're going to report them. If Mr. Aldrich and Mr. Brown think for 1 minute that this school...
Excuse me, Mr. Bradley, but Mr. Aldrich and Mr. Brown are here to see you.
Thank you, Miss Shea. Please show them in.
Mother, could I have just one more sip, please?
Here you are, dear. Now, put your head back on the pillow.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just when did this awful headache begin, Henry?
Well, it's a funny thing, Mother. Just as I began taking that Latin exam, everything began to spin.
With me, Mrs. Aldrich, I began to spin... Boy, I'm still spinning.
Well, you just stay in that bed over there, Homer, and Henry, you stay in this bed, and you're both going to feel just fine.
And I don't have to go home and tell my folks that... I don't have to go home and tell them?
No, Homer, I'll phone them.
But when you do, Mrs. Aldrich, would you mind not mentioning my Latin exam? Because my father was sort of counting on me not having a breakdown until school was over for the year.
Aldrich!
Yes, Sam, are you back?
When Henry comes in, I want to see him.
He's right here, dear.
Tell him to come down here.
Why, Father?
Dear, he can't possibly come. You'll have to come up here.
Up there? Where is he? What's the reason he can't come down?
We're right here.
I want to have a talk with him.
Hello, Father.
Henry, what are you doing in your mother's bed?
Why,
And who's that in my bed?
Hello, Mr. Aldrich.
Now, Sam, let's not talk quite so loud. Both of the boys are feeling just terrible.
I should think they would. I should think they'd want to crawl right under the beds.
Why, Father?
Yes, I ought to take you out of school and put you to work.
Why, Sam Aldrich.
Alice, do you realize what's happened to me? Do you realize?
Well, dear, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Didn't you phone and ask me to go over and have a talk with Mr. Bradley? And didn't Will Brown and I go?
Oh, boy.
Well, now, dear, you're Henry's father. It was your duty to go and get things straightened out.
I got them straightened out, Alice. I have never been so humiliated, so chagrined.
So what, Mr. Aldrich?
We'll skip the fact that after studying Caesar for 2 years and Cicero for 1 year, you boys don't know the difference between the two.
Did they tell you about that?
They did.
Well, Father, it isn't as though I didn't know the difference. As a matter of fact, when I walked into the examination, I noticed all the faces were different.
Well, sure. We thought they were taking makeup exams.
Sam, what happened?
Alice, don't you get into this. I'm skipping the fact that you left Henry's Latin book in the phone booth.
Oh, is that where I left it?
Mother, how did you happen to do a thing like that?
We'll skip everything except 2 questions. First, what were you boys doing prowling through the girls' gymnasium trying to flirt? Flirt, mind you, with Miss Johnson, the girls' gym teacher.
When did we ever do that, Mr. Aldrich? When did we ever do that?
One of you even whistled at her.
Was that Miss Johnson on the parallel bars?
And second, who, may I ask, is going to pay for your tutoring during Easter vacation?
For tutoring, Father? What tutoring?
What do you mean, what tutoring? The tutoring that you signed up for.
Where, Mr. Aldrich?
On the bulletin board. I saw your signatures with my own eyes right outside the student classroom.
Is that what we signed?
Not for a course in Caesar. Not for a course in Cicero. But for a course in advanced trigonometry.
Trigonometry? Now listen, Henry, did you sign my name to that?
He did, Homer. And, Henry, that's exactly what you get for not paying attention. I'll answer the phone. It's probably the police.
The police, Father? Did you report me to the police?
I did not. But on top of everything else, when I got home a few minutes ago, I found the car had been stolen.
Mr. Aldrich, I didn't even touch it. I've been right up here in bed all the time.
Sam, how could anyone have taken it out of our garage?
Hello?
Central High School. May I speak to Mr. Aldrich, please?
This is Mr. Aldrich. Now what's happened?
Mr. Aldrich, I'm sorry, but Mr. Bradley wants to know whether you can come down here and let him out.
Let him out? Let him out?
Yes, you left your car right in front of the driveway, and it's locked, and we can't move it.
Well, I'll be right over.
Sam, who was it?
Nothing, not a thing. They just found my car.
They did, Father? Where?
If you know what's good for you, young man, you'll get out of bed and study your Cicero. Right now.
But, Father, that's the beautiful part of it. We've got the first 3 orations all studied.
Henry, it might interest you to know that your examination tomorrow is not on the first 3 orations, but on the last 3.
The last 3?
The last 3, Mr. Aldrich? Gee whiz, what am I getting out of bed for?
Henry, that's the doorbell. You have your bathrobe on. Go down and see who it is.
Yes, Mother.
And here, take your Cicero.
Oh, yes, sure. Thank you very much. Come on, Homer.
Alice, I never want to live through another day like this.
You know, I had a feeling all the time you didn't pay any attention to what Miss Wheeler said about the exam.
Why? I, Henry? Oh, boy. What's the matter? Here, look through the window by the front door. Look who's out there. Oh, boy, Homer, it's Miss Wheeler. Henry, I'm going down to the basement.
Wait a second, Homer. You gotta stay here and face her.
How do you do, Henry?
How do you do, Miss Wheeler?
I'm very sorry to have to bother you, but do you happen to have those examination questions you answered today?
Oh, yeah, sure. They're right here in this Cicero.
Yeah, we've been sort of looking them over and realizing what a mistake we made.
Really? I don't know what that was. But when I gave them to you, I just wasn't paying attention. Did you read what was written on the back of them?
No, Miss Wheeler, we had a hard enough time reading what was on the front.
May I have them, please?
Oh, sure, here.
Thank you so much. These questions on the back are for your examination tomorrow. Goodbye.
What's that? You mean...
Listen, Homer, why don't you ever pay attention to anything?
Red Cross disaster plans have always been developed on the assumption that it can happen here. This means a big volunteer job for a great many people. At the same time, it offers everyone an opportunity to be trained and ready to do a job in case of a local or national emergency. Disaster preparedness is emergency preparedness. Your help is needed. Call the Red Cross and offer your services also. And don't forget, this is Red Cross Month. Won't you be generous in your 1953 contribution to the Red Cross Fund appeal? Answer the call. Give generously. The Aldrich Family is transcribed as written by Clifford Goldsmith. Henry is played by Bobby Ellis and Homer by Jack Grimes. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Barbara Robbins. Your announcer is Dick Dudley. Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with the Aldrich Family.
Good night, everybody.
Tonight it's
This is John Daly in Athens. Will Socrates escape? That is still the big question here in the capital of Greece on this dying day in the first year of the 95th Olympia. I'm standing before the door of the prison, behind which the friends of the condemned philosopher, so the rumor goes, are urging him to save himself from drinking the poison hemlock. Socrates has only to walk out of that prison and board a ship to freedom in exile, and the prayers of his friends and the hopes of his enemies will be answered. This dramatic situation, which is having significant repercussions throughout the Hellenistic world, is now inevitably approaching its climax. And in 30 minutes from now, we'll know
399 B.C., CBS is there.
Ancient Greece prays that Socrates will not die. CBS takes you back almost 2,347 years to that fateful day when one of the most enlightened democracies on earth trembled on the brink of a cup of poison. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, with Walter Hamden portraying Socrates in this broadcast, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Athens, 399 B.C., and John Daly.
Heard the rumor that the friends of Socrates were in the prison, pleading with him to take his freedom. CBS has been here on the spot, attempting to verify that rumor. Should Socrates agree to save himself, it would be a simple matter for his friends to whisk him away through this sea of white tunics worn by bystanders only too willing and too eager to fulfill the hope of escape. We're directly in front of the prison door, but the brilliant red and orange of the setting sun is blinding me, and I'm not at all sure that I would be able to say for certain who came out of the deep gloom of the death house. The crowd here of some 3,000 or 4,000 men, women, children, and slaves is milling about me, cursing, praying, whispering in anxious groups. They know that when the sun sets, it will mark the moment when they may never again hear the voice of their beloved cross-examiner. His enemies, too, are anxious, for they're afraid. One of them has asked for an opportunity to speak to the public on our CBS microphone. He is the poet Miletus, Socrates' chief accuser at his trial. Miletus is not quite the most popular man in Athens today, and as a matter of fact, He's been hiding in the shade of the prison wall, and I'm going to wave him over here now to the microphone. And it's just as Moliere feared. This crowd has recognized him. They're surrounding him, shaking their fists, threatening, shouting implications. Women are clawing at him. Citizens! Citizens! Let Moliere speak! Let him speak! All right, Moliere, what have you to say?
Just one hope. With all good Athenians, I pray that Socrates will escape.
But you who urged his death at the trial...
It's true that I was the chief accuser of Socrates, but Socrates himself said I was of no consequence.
You are nothing!
I merely presented what some people have been saying against Socrates for 20 years, that he was a corrupter of the minds of youth and did not believe in the gods of the city.
Let me ask you, Meletus, do you think Socrates will escape?
I do not know, but if he does... he's just another poor mortal like all of us who's afraid to die.
You mean you want Socrates to die?
No, all I said was that I'm not to blame. Blame the playwright Aristophanes. It was Aristophanes who first said that Socrates taught young men to cheat payment of their just debt, to deny the existence of the gods. I'm just a poor poet. Blame the rich playwright, don't blame me.
The poor poet, Meletus, has just blamed the rich and successful playwright Aristophanes for the death sentence imposed on Socrates. Aristophanes is at a CBS microphone with Ken Roberts right now in the Theater of Dionysius. He had agreed to make a statement for us, and as we still have no official news here as to whether Socrates will heed the counsel of his friends to escape, let's switch to Ken Roberts.
This is Ken Roberts in the Theater of Dionysius. The playwright Aristophanes is right here beside me. He heard what Meletus said, and by the smile on his face and the nodding of his head, I understand that he certainly would like to make a comment. Aristophanes?
I take it that the poor poet, Meletus, was referring to my play, The Clouds.
Yes, the comedy in which you lampoon Socrates as an evil character who ran a thinking shop.
Yes, the shop was called the School of Very Hard Thinkers.
Aristophanes, weren't the graduates of that school adept at the alleged corrupt and immoral practices that Meletus mentioned?
Oh, to be sure. But that was the comedy situation. And at that, it wasn't one of my better comedies. No, to blame a single play, not a very good one at that, for the death sentence of so celebrated a philosopher as Socrates is preposterous. After all, I'm a playwright, not a hangman.
But Aristophanes, Socrates himself said at his trial that your play contributed to the case against him.
No. He mentioned my play merely to brush it aside as of little consequence.
Yes, but
Sir, one of my severest critics measures the failure of a play by the amount of food eaten during the performance. When The Clouds was first offered 24 years ago, the trash collectors worked overtime. On the opening night, Socrates himself enjoyed the jolly lampoon of himself and laughed heartily at the caricature. He even stood throughout the performance to give the first nighters a better shot should they wish to hurl a handful of ripe figs at him.
I take it, then, that you're specifically denying Meletus's charge that your play was responsible for Socrates' death sentence.
Oh, emphatically. The death sentence was imposed not by any mere play, but by the ignorant jury of 500. Socrates himself said that. What else would you expect of an uneducated majority who have rather an odd conception of democracy?
What's your conception of democracy, Aristophanes?
Well, it certainly isn't killing a man who happens to disagree with me. I believe, with Socrates, that the sovereignty of the people has become a sovereignty of politicians. Socrates also believes that government is an art, and as such, it requires more training, knowledge, and skill than any other. You cannot leave questions of politics and justice to chance, nor to the vote of the mob.
And do you believe that the jury was acting as a mob?
Yes, of course. 500 men must decide a whole case in one day. And what may be momentary passion on one day may be passionate regret on the next. And that passionate regret may take another life. That's why Meletus is afraid. That's why he's throwing me to the mob.
Thank you, Aristophanes. By the way, citizens, if you are hearing strange music behind our conversation here in the Dionysian Theater, I'd like to explain that it's the flute player quietly rehearsing his part in Aristophanes' play Lysistrata. CBS also has a microphone at the home of Plato, the distinguished young philosopher and friend of Socrates. Plato also had agreed to make a statement for us, We have nothing from John Daly of any news about Socrates, so over to Plato's home and Don Hollenbeck.
Our CBS microphone is at the bedside of Plato. The 28-year-old philosopher has been ill these past few days. He says he objects strongly to Aristophanes' remark about democracy being responsible for Socrates' death sentence.
Meletus is throwing Aristophanes to the mob, but I protest the manner in which Aristophanes is throwing democracy to the mob. If Socrates dies, and I pray that the rumor that he will escape is true, it will not be democracy that is to blame. Our many wars with Persia and in the Peloponnesus have exhausted us in body and soul. 2 out of every 3 Athenian men have died in battle. Now the fever of fear runs high among us. We're confused, desperate, and so we seek someone to blame and sacrifice Socrates on the altar of our dying faith. It is not our jury system, as Aristophanes charges, that condemns Socrates. It is the prejudice of old men whose minds have been poisoned against him since they were children.
The old men you speak of, Plato, they are the jurors?
Yes. But they are merely the symbol of old ideas that fear to be challenged, cross-examined, and perhaps exposed as no longer virtuous in our time. That is why the old men hate Socrates. Socrates is like a gadfly on the backs of men. He forces them to cry out, "Socrates, you make me acknowledge my worthlessness." He makes them say, "I had best be silent, for it seems that I know nothing at all." And for that, he is hated. For Aristophanes is wrong. It is shameful. If Socrates dies, it will not be democracy that's to blame, but those who have lost faith in democracy.
Thank you, Plato. We have heard Meletus blame Aristophanes. Aristophanes blamed the shortcomings of our democracy, and Plato blamed our loss of faith in democracy. But no one has come forth to say that Socrates was justly condemned for the alleged crime of atheism and corrupting the minds of the youth. In order that you may have a chance to form your own opinions, CBS has prepared a special transcription of Socrates' trial, which we will play now. The next voice you hear will be the recorded voice of Socrates speaking to the jury at his trial 1 month ago in the amphitheater.
Athenians, you say first, I do not believe in the gods, and then again that I believe in demigods. You might as well affirm the existence of mules and deny that of horses and asses. Come here, Moliere. Now, is it not a fact you think it very important for the younger men to be as virtuous as possible?
I do.
Well, come then, tell the judges who it is improves the younger men.
Why,
Come now, you're accusing me of being the corrupter of youth. Reveal to the judges who improves them.
They.
You see, Meletus, you have nothing to say. You are silent. Is not your silence conclusive proof you never gave a moment's thought to the matter? Come, tell us, good sir, who makes the young men better citizens?
Why, the laws.
My intelligent friend, that is not my question. What man improves the young who starts with the knowledge of the laws?
The judges here, Socrates.
Why, what do you mean, Meletus? Can they educate the young and improve them?
Certainly.
All of them, or only some of them?
All of them.
By here, that's good news. There's a great abundance of benefactors. And do the listeners here improve them or not?
They do.
And do the senators?
Yes.
Well, then, Miletus, the members of the assembly, is it they who corrupt youth, or do they all improve them too?
They all improve them too.
Then all the Athenians, it seems, make the young into fine fellows, except me. I alone corrupt them. Is that your meaning?
Yes, most certainly that is my meaning.
It's absurd to believe that only one man is the corrupter of all, and that all the rest of the world is the improver of youth. I see present here in the assembly many of the young men of whom it is said I gave them evil counsel. Miletus, call them forth to be your witnesses. Let them come forward and accuse me, and support you. Not one youth comes forward. Then let their fathers, who have grown up and are uncorrupted, or their relatives, come forward. No one? You see, Miletus, that's because they know very well I speak the truth. And they know very well, Miletus, that you're a liar. Strange indeed would be my conduct, O men of Athens, were I to desert the command of my God, to fulfill the philosopher's mission, to search into myself and other men, because I fear death. Men of Athens, I honor and love you, but I shall obey God rather than you. And while I have life and strength, I'll never give up the practice and teaching of philosophy. And whoever I meet, I'll say to him, citizen of Athens, why do you care so much about money and honor and reputation, and so little about wisdom and truth? Athenians, I believe in God as no one of my accusers believes. And to you and to God I commit my cause to be decided as is best for you and for me. Then acquit me or not, but know I shall never alter my ways, not even if I have to die many times.
This is John Daly again outside Socrates' prison door. The recording you've just been listening to was a specially prepared transcription of Socrates' defense made at his trial 1 month ago. The prison door has swung open, and Plato, Socrates' rich friend, has come out, and with him is Xantippe, the wife of Socrates. Xantippe is crying. Wailing would be better. Crito has his arm around her shoulder. Behind Xantippe is a slave with a baby in her arms, the youngest child of the 70-year-old Socrates. Here they come. Crito! Crito, will Socrates escape? Will Socrates escape?
Escape? He must escape. What will become of me and my children? What good is it, Dad?
Please, Xantippe, come away. Come away.
No. I've been silent all my life. And he has talked himself into all of this trouble.
Please,
why didn't he keep his peace? Why didn't he stay at home like a good father and husband?
Go home. Socrates wants you to go home.
Home. He was never home. He left before the sun came up and returned long after we were asleep. He never brought money into the house. All he did was talk.
Woman, this is shameful. Have you no respect?
Respect? Did he have respect for me? Did he care for me and my 3 children? Talk. But I told him, Socrates, this is the last time you will ever talk to your friend.
Go now, woman, go. This is as far as I'll take you.
Never talk.
Go, I say. That was shameful, most unfortunate.
Xantippe is going off now. The crowd is parting, letting her through. What is it, Crito? What is it?
See, it does give a true portrait of Socrates. Socrates' mission in life is to seek truth, and not to seek the easy comforts of home and hearth. His friends have provided for his family so that the philosopher might be free to inquire into the nature of knowledge. Socrates is a war hero, a veteran.
Is this the best that Athens has to offer? A poor veteran who endured the hardships of war better than any mortal man? As for his children, we will provide for them after Socrates is gone. It is the matter of...
What do you mean by gone, Crito? Will Socrates escape or will he die?
Come with me.
But where? Where are we to go?
Come with me and you will know.
All right, I will. As Crito turns toward the prison door, the crowd opens to let us through. Xanthippe has increased the tension here. This crowd is restive, confused, and still no answer to the all-important question, will Socrates escape? That bang was the door slamming shut behind me. It is being locked now. Crito is moving down the corridor in the deep gloom to which my eyes are not as yet accustomed. And now Crito is beckoning me into a cell, a high-walled, rock-ribbed chamber. And ironically enough, the slanting sun through the narrow window up there is shedding a rosy glow that seems to illumine and make of this chamber here a temple. There are 4, 5, 6 men standing by an empty couch, the prisoner's couch, I presume. Socrates doesn't seem to be here. Perhaps he has... No, Socrates is coming in now through another door and moving directly toward this microphone. He's going to talk to his friends once more.
My dear friends, your anxiety to save me is most valuable, if it be right. I am still, as I've always been, a man who will listen to no voice but the voice of reason. Come then. Let us reason together on whether or not I should escape. If I run away to exile, where could I go? Will not orderly men and cities look askance at me as a lawless person? Is that true, sir, or not?
Yes, it's true, Socrates.
And do you think life would be worth living in disorderly states like Thessaly? What could I do there? I'd scarcely have the face to converse about virtue.
But at least you could be with your children and your family, Socrates.
What? Make them strangers to their own country? And the men of Thessaly, would they look upon the children of an escaped prisoner with good feeling or with contempt?
Then leave your children here, sir. Your friends will take care of them.
To be sure. But if they are real friends, will they not take care of them as well, whether I go to Thessaly or to the other world?
Certainly, Socrates. Escape then and live.
That's exactly what my friends have been urging me to do. But if I escaped and they helped me, they'd be committing a crime against the state. And for that, the state would punish them. Their lands, their wealth would be confiscated. And they might be banished as well. How, then, could banished or impoverished friends care for my wife and my children? No, my dear friends, that is not the way. A man should be guided only by the knowledge that he is doing right, even though the consequences are death. Citizen must obey the laws of his city, or his city will perish. The law of Athens condemned me, and therefore it is right I perish rather than the city that gave me life. So you see, my friends, the voice of reason tells me I have no choice but to die.
The jailer has come in with the cup of poisoned hemlock in his hand. He is trembling. His hand shakes as he approaches us.
Socrates, I know I shall not find you unreasonable like other men. They are angry with me. They curse me when I bid them drink the poison because the authorities make me do it. I'm sure that you will not be angry with me, but with those you know are to blame. Oh,
Friends, how courteous the man is. How generously he weeps for me. And the whole time I've been here, he has been constantly to see me and has been the best of men. And now, I wish to prophesy to those Athenians who have condemned me. For I am dying, and then it is that men have most prophetic power. I prophesy that as soon as I am dead, a far severer punishment than death will surely overtake my judges. They have done this thing thinking they will be relieved from having to give an account of their lives. But if they think by putting men to death, they will restrain men from reproaching them for the evil of their lives, they are very much mistaken. It is much better for you and much easier not to silence reproaches, but to make yourselves as perfect as you can. This is my parting prophecy to those who have condemned me. Of you, my friends, I have but one request to make. When my sons grow up, visit them with punishment, if need be, and vex them in the same way I have vexed you. If they seem to you to care for riches or for any other thing before virtue, and if they think they are something when they are nothing at all, reproach them as I have reproached you for not caring for what they should and for thinking they are great men when in fact they are worthless. If you will do this, I and my sons will have received our deserts at your hands. And now, the time has come. I to die, and you to live. Whether life or death is the better, is known to God. And to God only.
Wait, Socrates. I think the sun is upon the hills. It is not yet set, so do not hurry. There is still time.
My dear Crito, by drinking the poison a little later, I think I shall gain nothing but my own contempt for so greedily saving up life which is already spent. The state of death is one of two things. Either the dead man wholly ceases to be and loses all sensation, or it is a migration of the soul unto another place. If death is like a sleep unbroken by any dreams, it will be a wonderful gain. For then it would appear that eternity is nothing more than a single night. But if death is a journey to another place, what greater good can there be than this? To sit and converse with such gods as Orpheus and Homer. I am willing to die many times if this be true. I pray the gods my journey hence may be prosperous. That is my prayer. Be it so.
Socrates has lifted the fatal cup to his lips.
No.
He is drinking the hemlock.
It's impossible to describe. I can almost taste the poison on my own lips, and it's on the lips of all who are here, of all who are listening. It is Greece that dies, Greece that is dying, but Socrates will live as long as truth will live. And this fateful day in the first year of the 95th Olympiad will be remembered as long as men cherish knowledge above life itself.
Athens, 399 years before Christ is born, Socrates dies.
You have been listening to The Death of Socrates, another broadcast in the series CBS Is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Death of Socrates was written by Joseph Bliss and Robert Louis Cheon, and the role of the philosopher was portrayed by Walter Hamden, with Oliver Clipp as Meletus, Arnold Moss as Aristophanes, Carl Swenson as Plato, Esther Sondergaard as Xanthippe, Charles Webster as Crito, and Philip Clark as the jailer. Next week,
Philadelphia, July Accord, 1776. CBS is there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Everlasting Man by G.K. Chesterton. Book 1, Chapter 2. Professors and Prehistoric Men. Science is weak about these prehistoric things in a way that has hardly been noticed. The science whose modern marvels we all admire succeeds by incessantly adding to its data. In all practical inventions, in most natural discoveries, it can always increase evidence by experiment. But it cannot experiment in making men, or even in watching to see what the first men make. An inventor can advance step by step in the construction of an aeroplane, even if he is only experimenting with sticks and scraps of metal in his own backyard. But he cannot watch the missing link evolving in his own backyard. If he has made a mistake in his calculations, the aeroplane will correct it by crashing to the ground. But if he has made a mistake about the arboreal habitat of his ancestor, he cannot see his arboreal ancestor falling off the tree. He cannot keep a caveman like a cat in the backyard and watch him to see whether he really does practice cannibalism or carry off his mate on the principles of marriage by capture. He cannot keep a tribe of primitive men like a pack of hounds and notice how far they are influenced by the herd instinct. If he sees a particular bird behave in a particular way, he can get other birds and see if they behave in that way. But if he finds a skull or a scrap of a skull in the hollow of a hill, he cannot multiply it into a vision of the valley of dry bones. In dealing with a past that has almost entirely perished, he can only go by evidence and not by experiment. And there is hardly enough evidence to be even evidential. Thus, while most science moves in a sort of curve, being constantly corrected by new evidence, this science flies off into space in a straight line, uncorrected by anything. But the habit of forming conclusions, as they really can be formed in more fruitful fields, is so fixed in the scientific mind that it cannot resist talking like this. It talks about the idea suggested by one scrap of bone, as if it were something like the aeroplane, which is constructed at last out of whole scrap heaps of scraps of metal. The trouble with the professor of the prehistoric is that he cannot scrap his scrap. The marvelous and triumphant aeroplane is made out of 100 mistakes. The student of origins can only make one mistake and stick to it. We talk, very truly, of the patience of science. But in this department, it would be truer to talk of the impatience of science. Owing to the difficulty above described, the theorist is in far too much of a hurry. We have a series of hypotheses so hasty that they may well be called fancies, and cannot in any case be further corrected by facts. The most empirical anthropologist is here as limited as an antiquary. He can only cling to a fragment of the past, and has no way of increasing it for the future. He can only clutch his fragment of fact almost as the primitive man clutched his fragment of flint. And indeed, he does deal with it in much the same way, and for much the same reason. It is his tool, and his only tool. It is his weapon, and his only weapon. He often wields it with a fanaticism far in excess of anything shown by men of science, when they can collect more facts from experience, and even add new facts by experiment. Sometimes the professor with his bone becomes almost as dangerous as the dog with his bone, and the dog at least does not deduce a theory from it, proving that mankind is going to the dogs, or that it came from them. For instance, I have pointed out the difficulty of keeping a monkey and watching it evolve into a man. Experimental evidence of such an evolution being impossible, the professor is not content to say, as most of us would be ready to say, that such an evolution is likely enough anyhow. He produces his little bone or little collection of bones, and deduces the most marvelous things from it. He found in Java a piece of a skull, seeming by its contour to be smaller than the human. Somewhere near it he found an upright thigh bone, and in the same scattered fashion some teeth that were not human. If they all form part of one creature, which is doubtful, our conception of the creature would be almost equally doubtful. But the effect on popular science was to produce a complete and even complex figure, finished down to the last details of hair and habits. He was given a name as if he were an ordinary historical character. People talked of Pithecanthropus as of Pitt or Fox or Napoleon. Popular histories published portraits of him, like the portraits of Charles I and George IV. A detailed drawing was reproduced, carefully shaded, to show that the very hairs of his head were all numbered. No uninformed person, looking at its carefully lined face and wistful eyes, would imagine for a moment that this was the portrait of a thigh bone or of a few teeth and a fragment of a cranium. In the same way, people talked about him as if he were an individual whose influence and character were familiar to us all. I just read a story in a magazine about Java, and how modern white inhabitants of that island are prevailed upon to misbehave themselves by the personal influence of poor old Pithecanthropus. That the modern inhabitants of Java misbehave themselves I can very readily believe, but I do not imagine that they need any encouragement from the discovery of a few highly doubtful bones. Anyway, those bones are far too few and fragmentary and dubious to fill up the whole of the vast void that does in reason and in reality lie between man and his bestial ancestors, if they were his ancestors. On the assumption of that evolutionary connection, a connection which I am not in the least concerned to deny, the really arresting and remarkable fact is the comparative absence of any such remains recording that connection at that point. The sincerity of Darwin readily admitted this, and that is how we came to use such a term as the missing link. But the dogmatism of Darwinians has been too strong for the agnosticism of Darwin, and men have insensibly fallen into turning this entirely negative term into a positive image. They talk of searching for the habits and habitat of the missing link, as if one were to talk of being on friendly terms with the gap in a narrative or the hole in an argument, of taking a walk with a non sequitur or dining with an undistributed middle. In this sketch, therefore, of man in his relation to certain religious and historical problems, I shall waste no further space on these speculations on the nature of man before he became man. His body may have been evolved from the brutes, but we know nothing of any such transition that throws the smallest light upon his soul as it has shown itself in history. Unfortunately, the same school of writers pursue the same style of reasoning when they come to the first real evidence about the first real men. Strictly speaking, of course, we know nothing about prehistoric man, for the simple reason that he was prehistoric. The history of prehistoric man is a very obvious contradiction in terms. It is the sort of unreason in which only rationalists are allowed to indulge. If a parson had casually observed that the flood was antediluvian, it is possible that he might be a little chaffed about his logic. If a bishop were to say that Adam was pre-Adamite, we might think it a little odd. But we are not supposed to notice such verbal trifles when skeptical historians talk of the part of history that is prehistoric. The truth is that they are using the terms historic and prehistoric without any clear test or definition in their minds. What they mean is that there are traces of human lives before the beginning of human stories, and in that sense we do at least know that humanity was before history. Human civilization is older than human records. That is the sane way of stating our relations to these remote things. Humanity has left examples of its other arts earlier than the art of writing, or at least of any writing that we can read. But it is certain that the primitive arts were arts, and it is in every way probable that the primitive civilizations were civilizations. The man left a picture of the reindeer, but he did not leave a narrative of how he hunted the reindeer, and therefore what we say of him is hypothesis and not history. But the art he did practice was quite artistic. His drawing was quite intelligent, and there is no reason to doubt that his story of the hunt would be quite intelligent. Only, if it exists, it is not intelligible. In short, the prehistoric period need not mean the primitive period, in the sense of the barbaric or bestial period. It does not mean the time before civilization or the time before arts and crafts. It simply means the time before any connected narratives that we can read. This does indeed make all the practical difference between remembrance and forgetfulness. But it is perfectly possible that there were all sorts of forgotten forms of civilization, as well as all sorts of forgotten forms of barbarism. And in any case, everything indicated that many of these forgotten or half-forgotten social stages were much more civilized and much less barbaric than is vulgarly imagined today. But even about these unwritten histories of humanity, when humanity was quite certainly human, we can only conjecture with the greatest doubt and caution. And, unfortunately, doubt and caution are the last things commonly encouraged by the loose evolutionism of current culture. For that culture is full of curiosity, and the one thing that it cannot endure is the agony of agnosticism. It was in the Darwinian age that the word first became known and the thing first became impossible. It is necessary to say plainly that all this ignorance is simply covered by impudence. Statements are made so plainly and positively that men have hardly the moral courage to pause upon them and find that they are without support. The other day, a scientific summary of the state of a prehistoric tribe began confidently with the words, "They wore no clothes." Not one reader in 100 probably stopped to ask himself how we should come to know whether clothes had once been worn by people of whom everything has perished except a few chips of bone and stone. It was doubtless hoped that we should find a stone hat as well as a stone hatchet. It was evidently anticipated that we might discover an everlasting pair of trousers of the same substance as the everlasting rock. But to persons of a less sanguine temperament, it will be immediately apparent that people might wear simple garments, or even highly ornamental garments, without leaving any more traces of them than these people have left. The plaiting of rushes and grasses, for instance, might have become more and more elaborate without in the least becoming more eternal. One civilization might specialize in things that happen to be perishable, like weaving and embroidery, and not in things that happen to be more permanent, like architecture and sculpture. There have been plenty of examples of such specialist societies. A man of the future, finding the ruins of our factory machinery, might as fairly say that we were acquainted with iron and with no other substance, and announce the discovery that the proprietor and manager of the factory undoubtedly walked about naked, or possibly wore iron hats and trousers. It is not contended here that these primitive men did wear clothes any more than they did weave rushes, but merely that we have not enough evidence to know whether they did or not. But it may be worthwhile to look back for a moment at some of the very few things that we do know and that they did do. If we consider them, we shall certainly not find them inconsistent with such ideas as dress and decoration. We do not know whether they decorated other things. We do not know whether they had embroideries, and if they had, the embroideries could not be expected to have remained. But we do know that they did have pictures, and the pictures have remained. And there remains with them, as already suggested, the testimony to something that is absolute and unique, that belongs to man and to nothing else except man, that is a difference of kind and not a difference of degree. A monkey does not draw clumsily and a man cleverly. A monkey does not begin the art of representation and a man carry it to perfection. A monkey does not do it at all. He does not begin to do it at all. He does not begin to do it at all. A line of some kind is crossed before the first faint line can begin. Another distinguished writer, again, in commenting on the cave drawings attributed to the Neolithic men of the reindeer period, said that none of their pictures appeared to have any religious purpose, and he seemed almost to infer that they had no religion. I can hardly imagine a thinner thread of argument than this, which reconstructs the very inmost moods of the prehistoric mind from the fact that somebody who has scrawled a few sketches on a rock, from what motive we do not know, for what purpose we do not know, acting under what customs or conventions we do not know, may possibly have found it easier to draw reindeer than to draw religion. He may have drawn it because it was his religious symbol. He may have drawn it because it was not his religious symbol. He may have drawn anything except his religious symbol. He may have drawn his real religious symbol somewhere else, or it may have been deliberately destroyed when it was drawn. He may have done or not done 500,000 things, but in any case, it is an amazing leap of logic to infer that he had no religious symbol, or even to infer from his having no religious symbol that he had no religion. Now, this particular case happens to illustrate the insecurity of these guesses very clearly. For a little while afterwards, people discovered not only paintings but sculptures of animals in the caves. Some of these were said to be damaged with dints or holes supposed to be the marks of arrows, and the damaged images were conjectured to be the remains of some magic rite of killing the beasts in effigy, while the undamaged images were explained in connection with another magic rite invoking fertility upon the herds. Here again there is something faintly humorous about the scientific habit of having it both ways. If the image is damaged, it proves one superstition, and if it is undamaged, it proves another. Here again there is a rather reckless jumping to conclusions. It has hardly occurred to the speculators that a crowd of hunters imprisoned in winter in a cave might conceivably have aimed at a mark for fun, as a sort of primitive parlor game. But in any case, if it was done out of superstition, what has become of the thesis that it has nothing to do with religion? The truth is that all this guesswork has nothing to do with anything. It is not half such a good parlor game as shooting arrows at a carved reindeer, for it is shooting them into the air. Such speculators rather tend to forget, for instance, that men in the modern world also sometimes make marks in caves. When a crowd of trippers is conducted through the labyrinth of the marvelous grotto, or the magic stalactite cavern, it has been observed that hieroglyphics spring into sight where they have passed, initials and inscriptions, which the learned refuse to refer to any remote date. But the time will come when these inscriptions will really be of remote date, and if the professors of the future are anything like the professors of the present, they will be able to deduce a vast number of very vivid and interesting things from these cave writings of the 20th century. And if I know anything about the breed, and if they have not fallen away from the full-blooded confidence of their fathers, they will be able to discover the most fascinating facts about us from the initials left in the magic grotto by Ari and Ariet, possibly in the form of two intertwined A's. From this alone they will know, 1. That as the letters are rudely chipped with a blunt pocket-knife, the 20th century possessed no delicate graving tools and was unacquainted with the art of sculpture. 2. That as the letters are capital letters, our civilization never evolved any small letters or anything like a running hand. 3. That because initial consonants stand together in an unpronounceable fashion, our language was possibly akin to Welsh, or more probably of the early Semitic type that ignored vowels. 4. That as the initials of Ari and Ariet do not in any special fashion profess to be religious symbols, our civilization possessed no religion. Perhaps that last is about the nearest to the truth, for a civilization that had religion would have a little more reason. It is commonly affirmed again that religion grew in a very slow and evolutionary manner, and even that it grew not from one cause, but from a combination that might be called a coincidence. Generally speaking, the three chief elements in the combination are, first, the fear of the chief of the tribe, whom Mr. Wells insists on calling with regrettable familiarity the old man. Second, the phenomena of dreams. And third, the sacrificial associations of the harvest and the resurrection, symbolized in the growing corn. I may remark in passing that it seems to me very doubtful psychology to refer one living and single spirit to three dead and disconnected causes. if they were merely dead and disconnected causes. Suppose Mr. Wells, in one of his fascinating novels of the future, were to tell us that there would arise among men a new and as yet nameless passion, of which men will dream as they dream of first love, for which they will die as they die for a flag and a fatherland. I think we should be a little puzzled if he told us that this singular sentiment would be the combination of the habit of smoking woodbines, the increase of the income tax, and the pleasure of a motorist in exceeding the speed limit. We could not easily imagine this, because we could not imagine any connection between the three, or any common feeling that could include them all. Nor could anyone imagine any connection between corn and dreams and an old chief with a spear, unless there was already a common feeling to include them all. But if there was such a common feeling, it could only be the religious feeling, and these things could not be the beginnings of a religious feeling that existed already. I think anybody's common sense will tell him that it is far more likely that this sort of mystical sentiment did exist already, and that in the light of it, dreams and kings and cornfields could appear mystical then, as they can appear mystical now. For the plain truth is that all this is a trick of making things seem distant and dehumanized, merely by pretending not to understand things that we do understand. It is like saying that prehistoric men had an ugly and uncouth habit of opening their mouths wide at intervals and stuffing strange substances into them, as if we had never heard of eating. It is like saying that the terrible troglodytes of the Stone Age lifted alternate legs in rotation, as if we never heard of walking. If it were meant to touch the mystical nerve and awaken us to the wonder of walking and eating, it might be a legitimate fancy. As it is here intended to kill the mystical nerve and deaden us to the wonder of religion, it is irrational rubbish. It pretends to find something incomprehensible in the feelings that we all comprehend. Who does not find dreams mysterious and feel that they lie on the dark borderland of being? Who does not feel the death and resurrection of the growing things of the earth as something near to the secret of the universe? Who does not understand that there must always be the savor of something sacred about authority and the solidarity that is the soul of the tribe? If there be any anthropologist who really finds these things remote and impossible to realize, we can say nothing of that scientific gentleman, except that he has not got so large and enlightened a mind as a primitive man. To me, it seems obvious that nothing but a spiritual sentiment already active could have clothed these separate and diverse things with sanctity. To say that religion came from reverencing a chief or sacrificing at a harvest is to put a highly elaborate cart before a really primitive horse. It is like saying that the impulse to draw pictures came from the contemplation of the pictures of reindeers in the cave. In other words, it is explaining painting by saying that it arose out of the work of painters, or accounting for art by saying that it arose out of art. It is even more like saying that the thing we call poetry arose as a result of certain customs, such as that of an ode being officially composed to celebrate the advent of spring, or that of a young man rising at a regular hour to listen to the skylark and then writing his report on a piece of paper. It is quite true that young men often become poets in the spring, and it is quite true that when once there are poets, no mortal power can restrain them from writing about the skylark. But the poems did not exist before the poets. The poetry did not arise out of the poetic forms. In other words, it is hardly an adequate explanation of how a thing appeared for the first time to say it existed already. Similarly, we cannot say that religion arose out of the religious forms, because that is only another way of saying that it only arose when it existed already. It needed a certain sort of mind to see that there was anything mystical about the dreams or the dead, as it needed a particular sort of mind to see that there was anything poetical about the skylark or the spring. That mind was presumably what we call the human mind, very much as it exists to this day, for mystics still meditate upon death and dreams, as poets still write about spring and skylarks. But there is not the faintest hint to suggest that anything short of the human mind we know feels any of these mystical associations at all. A cow in a field seems to derive no lyrical impulse or instruction from her unrivaled opportunities for listening to the skylark. And similarly, there is no reason to suppose that live sheep will ever begin to use dead sheep as the basis of a system of elaborate ancestor worship. It is true that in the spring a young quadruped's fancy may lightly turn to thoughts of love, but no succession of springs has ever led it to turn, however lightly, to thoughts of literature. And in the same way, while it is true that a dog has dreams, while most other quadrupeds do not seem to have even that, we have waited a long time for the dog to develop his dreams into an elaborate system or religious ceremonial. We have waited so long that we have really ceased to expect it, and we no more look to see a dog apply his dreams to ecclesiastical construction than to see him examine his dreams by the rules of psychoanalysis. It is obvious, in short, that for some reason or other these natural experiences and even natural excitements never do pass the line that separates them from creative expression like art and religion in any creature except man. They never do, they never have, and it is now to all appearance very improbable that they ever will. It is not impossible, in the sense of self-contradictory, that we should see cows fasting from grass every Friday, or going on their knees, as in the old legend about Christmas Eve. It is not in that sense impossible that cows should contemplate death until they can lift up a sublime psalm of lamentation to the tune the old cow died of. It is not in that sense impossible that they should express their hopes of a heavenly career in a symbolic dance in honor of the cow that jumped over the moon. It may be that the dog will at last have laid in a sufficient store of dreams to enable him to build a temple to Cerberus as a sort of canine trinity. It may be that his dreams have already begun to turn into visions capable of verbal expression, in some revelation about the dog star as the spiritual home for lost dogs. These things are logically possible, in the sense that it is logically difficult to prove the universal negative which we call an impossibility. But all that instinct for the probable, which we call common sense, must long ago have told us that the animals are not, to all appearance, evolving in that sense, and that, to say the least, we are not likely to have any personal evidence of their passing from the animal experience to the human experiments. But spring, and death, and even dreams, considered merely as experiences, are their experiences as much as ours. The only possible conclusion is that these experiences, considered as experiences, do not generate anything like a religious sense in any mind except a mind like ours. we come back to the fact of a certain kind of mind that was already alive and alone. It was unique, and it could make creeds as it could make cave drawings. The materials for religion had lain there for countless ages, like the materials for everything else. But the power of religion was in the mind. Man could already see in these things the riddles and hints and hopes that he still sees in them. He could not only dream, but dream about dreams. He could not only see the dead, but see the shadow of death, and was possessed with that mysterious mystification that forever finds death incredible. It is quite true that we have even these hints chiefly about man when he unmistakably appears as man. We cannot affirm this or anything else about the alleged animal originally connecting man and the brutes. But that is only because he is not an animal but an allegation. We cannot be certain that Pithecanthropus ever worshipped, because we cannot be certain that he ever lived. He is only a vision called up to fill the void that does in fact yawn between the first creatures who were certainly men and any other creatures that are certainly apes or other animals. A few very doubtful fragments are scraped together to suggest such an intermediate creature, because it is required by a certain philosophy. But nobody supposes that these are sufficient to establish anything philosophical, even in support of that philosophy. A scrap of skull found in Java cannot establish anything about religion or about the absence of religion. If there ever was any such ape-man, he may have exhibited as much ritual in religion as a man, or as much simplicity in religion as an ape. He may have been a mythologist, or he may have been a myth. It might be interesting to inquire whether this mystical quality appeared in a transition from the ape to the man, if there were really any types of the transition to inquire about. In other words, the missing link might or might not be mystical if he were not missing. But compared with the evidence we have of real human beings, we have no evidence that he was a human being, or a half-human being, or a being at all. Even the most extreme evolutionists do not attempt to deduce any evolutionary views about the origin of religion from him. Even in trying to prove that religion grew slowly from rude or irrational sources, they begin their proof with the first men who were men. But their proof only proves that the men who were already men were already mystics. They used the rude and irrational elements as only men and mystics can use them. We come back once more to the simple truth that at some time too early for these critics to trace, a transition had occurred to which bones and stones cannot, in their nature, bear witness, and man became a living soul. Touching this matter of the origin of religion, the truth is that those who are thus trying to explain it are trying to explain it away. Subconsciously they feel that it looks less formidable when thus lengthened out into a gradual and almost invisible process. But in fact, this perspective entirely falsifies the reality of experience. They bring together two things that are totally different: the stray hints of evolutionary origins and the solid and self-evident block of humanity, and try to shift their standpoint till they see them in a single foreshortened line. But it is an optical illusion. Men do not, in fact, stand related to monkeys or missing links in any such chain as that in which men stand related to men. There may have been intermediate creatures whose faint traces can be found, here and there, in the huge gap. Of these beings, if they ever existed, it may be true that they were things very unlike men, or men very unlike ourselves. But of prehistoric men, such as those called the cave men or the reindeer men, it is not true in any sense whatever. Prehistoric men of that sort were things exactly like men, and men exceedingly like ourselves. They only happen to be men about whom we do not know much, for the simple reason that they have left no records or chronicles. But all that we do know about them makes them just as human and ordinary as men in a medieval manor or a Greek city. Looking from our human standpoint, up the long perspective of humanity, we simply recognize this thing as human. If we had to recognize it as animal, we should have had to recognize it as abnormal. If we chose to look through the other end of the telescope, as I have done more than once in these speculations, if we chose to project the human figure forward out of an unhuman world, we could only say that one of the animals had obviously gone mad. But seeing the thing from the right end, or rather from the inside, we know it is sanity, and we know that these primitive men were sane. We hail a certain human freemasonry wherever we see it, in savages, in foreigners, or in historical characters. For instance, all we can infer from primitive legend and all we know of barbaric life supports a certain moral and even mystical idea of which the commonest symbol is clothes. For clothes are very literally vestments, and a man wears them because he is a priest. It is true that even as an animal, he is here different from the animals. Nakedness is not nature to him. It is not his life, but rather his death, even in the vulgar sense of his death of cold. But clothes are worn for dignity, or decency, or decoration, where they are not in any way wanted for warmth. It would sometimes appear that they are valued for ornament before they are valued for use. It would almost always appear that they are felt to have some connection with decorum. Conventions of this sort vary a great deal with various times and places, and there are some who cannot get over this reflection, and for whom it seems a sufficient argument for letting all conventions slide. They never tire of repeating, with simple wonder, that dress is different in the Cannibal Islands and in Camden Town. They cannot get any further, and throw up the whole idea of decency in despair. They might as well say that because there have been hats of a good many different shapes, and some rather eccentric shapes, therefore hats do not matter, or do not exist. They would probably add that there is no such thing as sunstroke or going bald. Men have felt everywhere that certain norms were necessary to fence off and protect certain private things from contempt or coarse misunderstanding, and the keeping of those forms, whatever they were, made for dignity and mutual respect. The fact that they mostly refer, more or less remotely, to the relations of the sexes, illustrate the two facts that must be put at the very beginning of the record of the race. The first is the fact that original sin is really original. Not merely in theology, but in history. It is a thing rooted in the origins. Whatever else men have believed, they have all believed that there is something the matter with mankind. This sense of sin has made it impossible to be natural and have no clothes, just as it has made it impossible to be natural and have no laws. But above all, it is to be found in that other fact, which is the father and mother of all laws, as it is itself founded on a father and mother, the thing that is before all thrones and even all commonwealths. That fact is the family. Here again, we must keep the enormous proportions of a normal thing clear of various modifications and degrees and doubts more or less reasonable, like clouds clinging about a mountain. It may be that what we call the family had to fight its way from or through various anarchies and aberrations, but it certainly survived them, and is quite as likely as not to have also preceded them. As we shall see in the case of communism and nomadism, more formless things could and did lie on the flank of societies that had taken a fixed form. But there is nothing to show that the form did not exist before the formlessness, and that the material called mankind has taken this form. For instance, of the rules revolving round sex, which were recently mentioned, none is more curious than the savage custom commonly called the couvade. That seems like a law out of topsy-turvydom, by which the father is treated as if he were the mother. In any case, it clearly involves the mystical sense of sex, but many have maintained that it is really a symbolic act by which the father accepts the responsibility of fatherhood. In that case, that grotesque antic is really a very solemn act, for it is the foundation of all we call the family and all we know as human society. Some groping in these dark beginnings have said that mankind was once under a matriarchy. I suppose that under a matriarchy it would not be called mankind, but womankind. But others have conjectured that what is called matriarchy was simply moral anarchy, in which the mother alone remained fixed because all the fathers were fugitive and irresponsible. Then came the moment when the man decided to guard and guide what he had created. So he became the head of the family, not as a bully with a big club, but rather as a respectable person trying to be a responsible person. Now, all that might be perfectly true, and might even have been the first family act, and it would still be true that man then, for the first time, acted like a man, and therefore, for the first time, became fully a man. But it might quite as well be true that the matriarchy, or moral anarchy, or whatever we call it, was only one of 100 social dissolutions or barbaric backslidings which may have occurred at intervals in prehistoric, as they certainly did in historic, times. A symbol like the couvade, if it really was such a symbol, may have commemorated the suppression of a heresy rather than the first rise of a religion. We cannot conclude with any certainty about these things, except in their big results in the building of mankind, but we can say in what style the bulk of it and the best of it is built. We can say that the family is the unit of the state, that it is the cell that makes up the formation. Round the family do indeed gather the sanctities that separate men from ants and bees. Decency is the curtain of that tent. Liberty is the wall of that city. Property is but the family farm. Honor is but the family flag. In the practical proportions of human history, we come back to that fundamental of the father and the mother and the child. It has been said already that if this story cannot start with religious assumptions, it must nonetheless start with some moral or metaphysical assumptions, or no sense can be made of the story of man. And this is a very good instance of that alternate necessity. If we are not of those who begin by invoking a divine Trinity, we must nonetheless invoke a human Trinity, and see that triangle repeated everywhere in the pattern of the world. For the highest event in history, to which all history looks forward and leads up, is only something that is at once the reversal and the renewal of that triangle. Or rather, it is the one triangle superimposed so as to intersect the other, making a sacred pentacle, of which, in a mightier sense than that of the magicians, the fiends are afraid. The old Trinity was of father and mother and child, and is called the human family. The new is of child and mother and father, and has the name of the Holy Family. It is in no way altered, except in being entirely reversed, just as the world which is transformed was not in the least different, except in being turned upside down. End of Chapter 2.